Call the meeting to order. First and foremost, are there any substitutions this morning? No substitutions. That's great. So before us this morning, we have the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, and sitting at the desk, we have Deputy Minister John McLaughlin et sous-ministre Marcel Lavoie pour le secteur francophone. Donc, je vais passer la parole à vous deux pour faire des commentaires d'ouverture puis introduire votre staff qui est pas mal tout ici. We'll let you all introduce your staff, who I think all are here.
So over to you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, and welcome. Good morning, everybody. We appreciate the opportunity to be here again at the Public Accounts Committee to speak to the 2021 fiscal year, and we always do appreciate the opportunity to be transparent with the people of New Brunswick on the expenditures that have been entrusted, with the finances that have been trusted to our department. We're open to any questions that you may have, and again, we appreciate this opportunity. I want to thank our staff who are here, and Marcel will name everybody who's here, plus people who are at the department who certainly work hard each and every day on behalf of the people of New Brunswick and are here to help us with information. And I will admit, since I've only been here since November, I wasn't here as part of the fiscal year in question, and so I certainly will rely on Marcel, but also on our staff as well. So if you'll please bear with me and have my patience with me, I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess that's the opening comments that I would have. So Marcel.
Bonjour et merci de l'invitation à se présenter devant vous aujourd'hui. C'est avec plaisir qu'on accepte l'invitation de répondre à vos questions. L'année 2021 et l'année 2022 a été spéciale quand même. C'était la deuxième année de la COVID. Dans les écoles et dans les garderies, ça a été une année où est-ce qu'on a parlé beaucoup de mesures de sécurité. On a parlé des vaccins pour le personnel. On a géré les éclosions, qui étaient beaucoup plus grandes qu'avant. Juste au mois de septembre, on avait autant de cas dans un mois qu'on a eu dans toute l'année précédente. Donc, ça a été une année très houleuse dans les garderies, dans les écoles. Manque de suppléants, les élèves, les enseignants malades. Le variant qui est arrivé en décembre, qui était beaucoup plus transmissible, qui a causé aussi beaucoup de difficultés aux écoles. On a dû tourner à l'apprentissage à la maison en janvier. Ça aussi, ça a marqué le début de l'année avec beaucoup de défis de gestion pour les écoles, mais pour les garderies aussi. Finalement, ça a été une année qui a été spéciale, qui a demandé, puis j'en profite pour remercier puis souligner le travail de l'ensemble du système, les enseignants surtout, les directions d'école, le personnel des écoles. Ils ont fait preuve d'autonomie, de leadership, de résilience. Ça a été une année exténuante pour eux. Puis, je pense que c'est important de souligner cet aspect-là pour l'année qui fait l'objet de la discussion aujourd'hui. Je souligne le personnel qui est derrière nous. Ça fait qu'on a Mme Tiffany Baston, qui est la sous-ministre adjointe dans le secteur éducatif anglophone. Mme Julie Mason, qui est la sous-ministre adjointe responsable du secteur éducatif francophone. On a M. Robert Penny, qui est responsable du secteur corporatif, sous-ministre adjoint. On a Mme Nicole Gervais, qui est directrice exécutive responsable de la petite enfance. Puis on a Mme Lisa Lassonère, qui est la directrice exécutive responsable des politiques et planification. Là, en plus de ces personnes-là, on a des membres de leur personnel qui sont là pour nous appuyer. Je vais juste souligner leurs noms. Fait qu'on a Mme Tania Roy, M. Michel Leblanc, Mme Lynne Marotte, M. Dan Seam, M. François Godin, Mme Monica Leblanc, Mme Kimberly Bauer, Mme Kim Korotkov, Mme Rebecca Rice, Mme Laura McKillop, Mme José Nadeau, M. Guy Richard et Mme Julie McIntyre. Nous sommes prêts pour vos questions.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. We will now proceed to the questions, and I'm sure there's a few. The questioning will happen in a 15-minute rotation, starting with the official opposition, then to the government side, and then to the third party. Donc, à va dire ça, Madame Landry, à vous.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président Chiasson. Je suis très heureuse d'être ici. Bienvenue, merci d'être là. It's a pleasure to see most of you I've seen, but I'll get more familiar with each and every one. Donc, merci à tout le monde. Good morning. Samedi, dans mes notes ici, merci de comparaître devant le Comité des comptes publics. Je ne trouve pas que le mot « comparaître », c'est très bien, parce que il me semble que ça fait judiciaire beaucoup. Mais j'espère qu'on va avoir une bonne session. On a toute la journée devant nous pour essayer d'avoir des réponses. Essayer, pas seulement essayer, je suis convaincue vous allez collaborer. And the public and many of my colleagues in the Legislative Assembly have many questions related to education that they would like to see and to hear answered. And we know that COVID-19 has been a very disruptive event in the educational learning and has put incredible pressures on teachers, students, families, and the education system as a whole, not even talking about the staff at education and early childhood development. So, on veut s'assurer que nos écoliers ne prennent pas de retard dans leurs études. Nous voulons être assurés sur le fait que nos écoles disposent des ressources adéquates. Nous devons savoir que nos programmes éducatifs sont les meilleurs possibles et que nous atteignons nos objectifs éducatifs. Je pense que cet aspect-là est très important. Le budget du ministère de l'Éducation représente 21 de l'ensemble des dépenses du gouvernement du Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est 1/5 de ces dépenses-là. Donc, je pense que c'est important de voir quels résultats on a pour l'argent ou les fonds qui sont investis dans le système d'éducation. Et à ce sujet-là, on aura certainement plusieurs questions sur les résultats par rapport aux objectifs. In the Anglophone sector, there are many questions about the new French language learning program, and these questions are related to the planning of this program that took place during the year in question today, and that will be discussed today. New Brunswickers would like answers to these questions, and I look forward to exploring these and other issues as well, as we have many questions, and even though we have a whole day, it will go very quickly. So, merci à vous d'être ici. Et puis, sans plus tarder, je vais commencer par le rapport du vérificateur général et les recommandations de 2018 qui visait l'amélioration. Il y avait 14 recommandations, en fait, et 7 seulement ont été implantées. Donc, 50 des recommandations du vérificateur général ont été implantées. Et ça visait la surveillance, la responsabilisation, les rapports, les performances éducatives dans son ensemble, là, dans les 14 recommandations, lesquelles de ces recommandations sont encore en suspens et quel est le plan pour y répondre? Ceci serait ma première question, qui est assez large.
Thank you. While we're collecting all of the information on each of the recommendations, recommendation 2.59 was we recommend that EECD should, prior to implementing major changes that impact student performance, including changes to the French immersion program, prepare a detailed implementation plan with a number of bullets, and that is what has been going on, and the consultation on that plan is taking place at this point. So prior to, excuse me, anything being implemented for the fall, there's been a lot of work that's been done, and we're consulting right now with the public and hearing a lot of feedback on that one. So that one is in progress now. 2 point, the one about the provincial assessments, where is that? Uh, 2.58, we recommend that EECD maintain the current 10-year plan that is in place. It's not completed because it expires in 2026. I'm going to allow Marcel to speak to 2.47 when we get to it about analyzing the assessment results, because I know that's related to COVID.
I have to do, Doctor. Donc, ce que la vérificatrice cherchait à faire, c'est de s'assurer qu'on prenne le temps d'analyser le contenu de nos résultats, nos évaluations provinciales, pour identifier où sont les lacunes, puis où sont les problèmes de base qu'on a. Puis, en réalité, c'est une coutume, c'est un processus normal qu'on fait toujours. Par contre, durant la pandémie, bien là, on a des évaluations qui n'ont pas été effectuées comme d'habitude, puis fait qu'on a manqué, on n'a pas eu les données qu'on avait l'habitude d'avoir. On a recommencé cette année à remettre les évaluations en place et les processus d'évaluation, d'analyse. On prend le temps aussi de fournir des analyses approfondies aux enseignants parce que des fois, on a l'impression que c'est une solution provinciale mais à un moment donné, quand tu es rendu à 75 80 dans tes résultats, c'est davantage des actions qu'un enseignant avec son groupe d'élèves en sachant qui a quelle faiblesse, puis dans quel contenu, que l'enseignant peut intervenir. C'est là qu'on peut aller chercher le dernier 20 si on veut d'amélioration. Fait que c'est là que ça se fait. Il demeure qu'entre nous et le vérificateur général, il y a toujours la question à savoir si on fournit suffisamment de preuves pour qu'on fait ça. Puis je ne suis pas certain qu'il est convaincu de cette démarche-là. C'est encore à nous à fournir davantage d'informations. Ça, c'est pour la 2.47. On a fait la 2.58. John a répondu à 2.59.
Yeah.
La 2.66, c'est encore associé aux évaluations. Donc, c'est la même réponse que j'avais donnée tantôt. La 2.87, c'est par rapport au manque d'évaluation du personnel dans les écoles. Depuis ce temps-là, on a développé des outils, un outil électronique pour les directions d'école, pour que ce soit plus facile à faire, puis que ce soit fait plus fréquemment. Fait que ça, c'est mis en place. Ça a été piloté l'année passée, puis c'est en cours de mise en œuvre cette année. Même chose pour les enseignants. Il y a du travail qui a été fait de ce côté-là pour faire en sorte qu'on outille correctement avec des outils à jour le personnel des écoles pour être en mesure d'évaluer de façon régulière le personnel des enseignants. Ça, c'est la 2.87. 2.82, je sais que c'est mêlant un peu, là, mais je vous donne la référence pour au moins que vous ayez le... Puis on pourra vous remettre le rapport qu'on a. 2.80 puis 2.82, le vérificateur recommande à ce moment ici qu'il y ait des mesures pour améliorer ce qui se passe avec les CED en termes de rapport puis en termes de fonctionnement. Je dirais qu'à travers le travail qu'on a fait pour la gouvernance, ça a été purement axé sur cette question-là, à voir à l'amélioration de cette question-là. Puis on travaille aussi de près avec eux pour que le fonctionnement actuel soit aussi amélioré avec le travail qu'ils font, avec les rapports qu'ils font. Puis c'est toujours dans une perspective de reddition de comptes, puis que ce soit plus transparent.
If I could just give an update on one that was completed before it's improved, it's 2.91, and that was about stabilizing the assessment program. That was done. Changes are now implemented, that we have the full assessment for all the different subject areas consistent with other jurisdictions, and it will be stable at this point.
OK, merci. Et puis, je suis un petit peu... ça va être important de partager peut-être vos informations, mais moi, ce que j'avais au départ, c'était le follow-up on recommendations from prior years, performance audit chapters, le chapitre 4 du rapport du vérificateur général 2022, volume 2. Et c'est des recommandations récentes quand même, et qui notait que le système d'éducation, ça commence par 4.6, 4.6, 4, 4.7. Écoutez, je vais référer à ce document-là. Peut-être qu'on pourrait au moins travailler sur les mêmes documents avec les mêmes chiffres, si c'est possible. En fait, c'est le follow-up sur les recommandations initiales qui a été rapporté cette année dans le rapport du vérificateur général 2022. Et puis, vous avez été en détail dans chacune des recommandations qui faisaient partie de ces recommandations-là. Le vérificateur général, en fait, du côté anglais, in an updated report, the Auditor General expressed disappointment that the key recommendations on improving student performance were not implemented. In particular, the Auditor General found that the department did not provide sufficient evidence that the root causes of poor student performance had been identified and corrective action had been taken. What is your plan to address this concern? And we have in your report, the annual report 2021-2022, you have specifics, des marques, là, des évaluations provinciales qui sont nettement en bas de l'objectif de 90%. So, how will you address this concern?
What year was that follow-up document?
2022.
22, okay.
Yeah.
That's what you, okay. 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 At what page, may I ask, is it on that you?
Page 17. Page 17?
Quand ça est arrivé, puis qu'on a eu l'évaluation avec dans ce temps-là, c'était la vérificatrice générale, à ce moment-là, elle indiquait qu'on avait des cibles de 90% dans la majorité de nos évaluations. Pré-pandémie, en termes de résultats, du côté francophone, nos résultats sont croissants dans les années, d'une année à l'autre. Donc, tout portait à croire que, en termes de résultats, on est en train de croître, on est en train de poser les actions et les gestes qui semblaient positifs par rapport à avoir de meilleurs résultats, puis s'en aller vers la cible. La cible du 90% est quand même une cible très ambitieuse. À ce moment-là, on a expliqué à la vérificatrice générale que les démarches qu'on avait avec les 3 districts francophones, c'était à chaque trimestre de s'asseoir puis de regarder où étaient nos résultats puis d'identifier les actions à poser. Donc, mais encore une fois, la vérificatrice générale à ce moment-là disait oui, mais j'ai pas ça sur papier puis j'ai pas ça sur. Fait que les gestes qu'on posait n'étaient pas nécessairement rapportés. Fait que la différence d'opinion, c'est que elle n'a pas l'information qui lui démontre qu'on pose des gestes pour comprendre les problèmes, puis d'analyser, puis d'obtenir les meilleures actions possibles. Mais nos résultats avant la pandémie nous démontraient qu'on était sur le bon chemin. Puis, les démarches qu'on avait avec les districts scolaires donnaient des bons résultats. Donc, à notre avis, ce qui était recommandé était déjà effectué à ce moment-là. Post-pandémie, c'est une autre histoire. Post-pandémie, on a, pendant la pandémie, pas nécessairement eu la chance de faire des évaluations qu'on avait. On a arrêté certaines évaluations parce qu'il n'y a rien qui... Des enseignants nous disaient « ça ne marche pas, on ne peut pas... » Si vous laissez les évaluations là, ça veut dire qu'on va toutes mettre nos énergies là-dessus, puis on a besoin d'avoir une approche beaucoup plus équilibrée à ce moment-ci. Ça fait qu'on a choisi d'arrêter les évaluations pendant cette période-là. Là, on vient de remettre les évaluations, puis si vous avez vu les résultats qui sont publics, nos résultats sont beaucoup plus bas que ce que c'était avant. Donc là, à ce moment-ci, là, nos analyses sont en train de se faire, mais là, c'est frais. Là, ça fait que donc, puis on va avoir nos évaluations, on va les avoir au printemps, là, nos vraies évaluations. Fait qu'il est encore trop tôt pour le vérificateur d'avoir les réponses qu'il cherche, à avoir une démonstration claire qu'on est en train de faire ces analyses-là. Mais c'est définitivement dans notre... c'est important pour nous de pouvoir faire ça. Les gains, pas les gains, mais les pertes qui ont été encourues en termes d'apprentissage sont assez importantes, puis on a besoin de faire du travail de ce côté-là. Il y a définitivement ça. Ça fait que vous pouvez avoir notre assurance là-dessus.
Merci.
The Auditor General's report forms the very basis of what we do here, and one would think that the deputies would have been prepared to at least answer those questions. We're half an hour in, and we've got 2 questions answered, and I'm hoping that we can pick up the pace a little bit because there's many, many questions that need to be asked. Ms. Anderson-Mason, I'll pass the floor over to you.
And to that point, if I would urge the chair to consider having the department back if we're not able to finish the questions that we have today, because there certainly are. Thank you. Welcome, bienvenue. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. C'est très important pour moi de commencer aujourd'hui en français. Le français n'est pas ma première langue, ce n'est pas ma deuxième langue. Je ne suis bilingue. Je ne suis pas bilingue. J'ai au mieux le français conversationnel. Je sais comment commander un café ou un repas en français, pas de problème. Je peux demander ou donner des directions en français. Je comprends la plupart toutes les conversations à l'Assemblée législative. Il est important pour moi de pouvoir communiquer avec tous les résidents de Nouveau-Brunswick. Pourquoi je ne suis pas bilingue? C'est une question pour un autre jour. But I do know that how we learn language is significantly different than how we learn to read. And what is of particular interest to me today is that I did not always know this. In fact, the province of New Brunswick, I believe, did not always know this. And before I ask my questions, I want to qualify a few things. In no way do I consider myself an expert on this topic. I have attempted in the last few days, in the last few weeks, to do a significant amount of research to prepare myself for the questions, but I admit that I am not an expert, I am not an educator, I am in fact a lawyer, and I know very much the irritation of people coming into my office and saying, I did a little legal research on Google and this is what I think. So in no way am I trying to put myself out there as an expert. So, with that behind us, let's talk. There is a significant body of research, scientific research, about reading and how kids learn to do it. Research shows us that there are important skills that all kids need to learn to become good readers, and unfortunately in many schools, in particular in our schools in New Brunswick, our students were not necessarily being taught these skills. However, the good news is this, that New Brunswick is ahead of other jurisdictions. Where some jurisdictions are continuing to use the 3 queuing model, in September 2021, the Anglophone sector revised and published the building blocks of reading continuum. New Brunswick, I would say, is now the leader across this country. And so, my questions are specific to the building blocks of reading. When we look first at the data on page 13, with respect to literacy rates in the Anglophone sector, I'm sure all of us caught our breath a little bit when we looked at the grade 4 baseline results of March 2021. So of March 2021, it says 68.6%, with the target for 25 to 26 to be 90%, and the actual being 59.5%. We do not have results for the new program that was started in September 2021 yet, do we? That is my first question. Because the results we have reported here are grade 4. We would be looking for grade 2. I see nods in the background.
Thank you for that question. We do not have results at this point. We're piloting a new assessment model in the classrooms at grade 2, and those assessment results are being benchmarked now, and they'll be did you say next year, Tiffany? Yeah, they'll be made available next year.
So my first introduction to the building blocks of reading, I mean, I was very much aware that this government was implementing, but I didn't understand fully what this program meant until I had the privilege of visiting with school teachers in my region. And I make it a point to try and do that, especially Christmas concerts. I always make sure I get around. That's my opportunity to get into all the schools and chat with teachers. And I had a great opportunity, they're probably not going to like me saying this, but to meet with a wonderful cohort in Blacks Harbor. And these amazing school teachers, they actually were ahead of the curve. They went out and on their own fundraised in excess of $10,000 of their own monies, fundraising, not money from the Department of Education, fundraising, so that they could actually be educated in this area. They took it upon themselves, and they saw extremely good results. And to my understanding, the rest of the district started asking questions. Why was it that they were seeing such strong results in the very small school of Blacks Harbor? And it appears to me that now the district and the department has followed suit, so I'm incredibly proud of this group of teachers. Can you also explain to us when this started and how the rollout for the education of these teachers, it started and how it's going around the province? Where are we at? Because according to your report, it appears that the training will not be complete until June 2023, and I hope you're going to also tell me that this is funded by the Department of Education and not having our teachers go out and fundraise for this.
I do apologize for having to keep looking back, but this isn't something that I've been involved in for 3 years. So I could have somebody else speak to these questions if that would be appropriate.
That would be more than acceptable.
If you'd like, Mr. Chair, is that
For me.
acceptable? Okay. This is Kimberly Bauer. She's a director in our curriculum branch, a learning branch.
You might have to repeat your question, but I'm going to try, and then you can tell me if I do not. So,
And I'm going to interrupt just for a minute. I'm going to listen this way because I do find it very difficult to hear in this room sometimes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
So this started in 2015 when we were doing work around the province, and teachers were telling us that they didn't have the information they needed to respond when a child wasn't learning to read. So it started then, and then over the last years since then, a lot of research was done and materials developed. But we really started with the system in earnest in 21-22, which is the fiscal that we're reporting on. We rolled out 6 modules, materials, guides that are all research-based, and created in New Brunswick with an expert in the area of reading. We looked at our curriculum and saw that there were things in our curriculum that if a teacher didn't have certain training, that they would then maybe not understand about how reading develops. So we have changed our curriculum. Teacher training models don't necessarily have time to teach all of the information about how people learn to read. It's actually somewhat akin to how you learn to read music, so think about that. Last year, we began a 2-year rollout. We gave our teachers time, telling them that over the next 2 years, you'll have days that are paid for by the province, modules that you can access any time. Each of the districts had a plan to support and meet with the teachers, and so we're in the final leg of teachers using the funding to train them on this model. And while they are learning, they're also implementing in key areas. They told us that they needed a method to assess, so our assessment team used that request to create what we will use going forward to report on the state of our province in terms of how well students are reading. And we had hoped everyone would be completely done the 6 modules by March 31st. But our current minister has assured us that if people were unable to because of the challenges with release time and so forth, that we will extend that into the next year. And now we're planning for when new teachers come into the K-2. I think that answered the question, but was there something I left out?
No, I think it does answer the question. So,
One more thing.
Yes.
The government last year increased the funding to schools per student funding for curriculum resources. You spoke of the teachers who were fundraising. And we also have commissioned somebody internally in New Brunswick to develop books and so forth that match the kinds of books that teachers are looking for to help them with children who need interventions.
so that's exactly my next question, is how much money has gone into this?
Last year, I think my briefing note came up here, so I'll just check. Yeah, last year, we had a budget of $390,000 for this, and that includes the time for teachers to be released and for the development of the online modules. And this year, it's the same.
So that's $390,000 to educate our teachers, to give them the time that they require off of school. I assume probably to purchase the materials that they need. Does it also provide them with the classroom materials?
So that was that's part of this year's work that we've been doing. So we are providing them with additional classroom materials, and also the increase. So the increase is not part of that. The overarching increase to curriculum funding, schools are able to use those funds for purchasing classroom materials as they need them, because different classrooms have different materials.
So I have to admit that over the course of the last couple of months, with the conversations that we've been having around changes to curriculum, specifically the French immersion program, I have been in contact with teachers from around the province. And it would appear that my area is exceptional, that we are a bit ahead of the curve on this particular segment of training for teachers, because there were some areas of the province that did not seem to be as aware or as engaged. Can you give me an idea of how that looks on a provincial perspective?
Sure. Well, the lead at the province in the department has been working with every district and supporting every district. I would say that schools in the St. John area were ahead. We're thinking about this, so it just aligned with what they were thinking about. But I'm asking for the numbers of teachers who've been completely trained. I don't have that, but I know it's almost all of them for K-2 have gone through the training.
Because I do specifically know of a significant number that are only just starting their training now, but that's only from the ones that I have been in contact with, and clearly I can't be in contact with all teachers around the province.
So we do, thank you. We do have a lead who works very closely with the coordinators. This has been a real one team, one GMB effort. Okay.
All K-2 prime educators are on track to complete the full course by June 2023.
All K-2 prime educators on track to complete the modules by June.
So, if they are on track to be trained by June, that presupposes that starting in September of 2023, they will be ready to implement this new program.
They have been implementing all along. It isn't, each module that they do and each guide that they work through, they're implementing it as they go. That's why giving them the 2-year window, so it's time to practice. And so by 2023, they should have had, theoretically, all of the time to
But that
do
would be full go. Now they're fully trained.
Yep.
And we're launching into this program, which I truly am going to say, it is going to change the course of New Brunswick. Because it sounds ridiculous, but we have finally figured out how to teach kids to read. My question is this. We also know that starting in September 2023, we are going to be making significant changes to the classroom, those years in particular that we are talking about, K1 and 2. My question is, how committed to this change for the building blocks of learning is the Department of Education, if also in September 2023, when we are ready to go and finally teach kids how to read, we are now changing to 50% of our day in English and 50% of our day in French.
So the answer is we are committed to maintaining this. Our English teachers have been trained. We will continue to support this. It will mean that all children will learn in this way, not just the children who are in English prime. It will be the whole cohort. But we are very committed to maintaining this. We feel we're on the right track. the screeners and having classroom assessment tools that align to the way we're reporting at the province is revolutionary, really. It's not, some provincial assessment that isn't absolutely attached to what teachers do every day in their classroom. So, and everything that we've heard from teachers is how the model's been rolled out, how we've supported them is making such a big difference. And the materials themselves are clarifying something that's a gap from their training.
Yeah, I have to admit, I talked to teachers a great deal during COVID, and it has been an incredibly stressful time for teachers. And I have to give them a huge shout out because during COVID, we would ask them to pivot and they would pivot. We would ask them to change and they would change. But I would have to acknowledge that they are exhausted. And as I communicated with teachers in my area, specifically about this building blocks of reading, I saw a new enthusiasm in their eyes and a new excitement. But I did see tremendous concern. And I have one more question, and then my time is up. Is there a comparable change that's happening in the Francophone system?
Pour le bien du temps, je vais essayer d'être court dans ma réponse. La réponse est oui. La science de la lecture, on n'utilise pas l'expression building blocks de notre côté, mais je pense que on parle de la même base. L'équipe au ministère s'est mise en branle dès que ces recherches sont sorties. Puis il y a plein de travail qui s'est fait depuis ce temps-là. En tenant compte aussi que les résultats des évaluations provinciales avaient diminué, le taux de réussite, on a quand même des baisses importantes, puis c'est important de se réajuster. Fait qu'on a, oui, on a financé de la formation chez les maternelles 3, chez les nouveaux enseignants. Autour de ça, on a fait aussi de la consultation auprès du personnel enseignant en septembre pour être en mesure de bien comprendre le contexte du terrain, puis c'est quoi que les forces, puis c'est où sont les écarts à combler pour être en mesure d'être stratégique sur nos actions. Il y a des ressources pédagogiques qui ont été développées. Il y a de la formation qui a été donnée. On a aussi regardé nos programmes d'études, le curriculum, pour nous assurer de l'alignement. Ce travail-là a commencé, il est encore en cours, c'est pas terminé. Il y a encore du travail à faire. Le travail se fait en collaboration avec les gens qui sont dans les écoles, dans les districts, mais aussi avec les professeurs de l'Université de Moncton pour nous assurer que la formation initiale soit aussi en lien avec cette démarche-là.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur Arsenault, à vous.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à tout le monde. C'est le département de l'Éducation. Je salue toute l'équipe qui est ici avec nous autres. Les éducatrices, la petite enfance, les enseignants, les cuisinières, les concierges, les assistants en éducation, les conducteurs d'autobus, tout le monde, etc., qui fait tourner les écoles comme il faut. L'éducation, c'est certainement un gros ministère, mais c'est un ministère extrêmement important qui est à la base de beaucoup de choses dans de tous nos autres systèmes à la fin de la journée dans le gouvernement. Et donc, je vais continuer un peu sur la même route que ma collègue pour quelques questions, puis ensuite, il y a beaucoup de sujets à toucher. C'est un gros département qui touche beaucoup de choses. Et donc, au niveau de l'alphabétisation, la littératie dans le secteur francophone, on a vu une baisse significative 2021-2022, 61,6 %. Vous en avez parlé un peu. Qu'est-ce que selon, je veux dire, c'est pas la première fois qu'il y a une baisse. C'est pas la première fois non plus. On n'a jamais été des taux de littératie très hauts. Qu'est-ce qui est les facteurs qui fait que dans le système scolaire francophone, on continue d'avoir des défis constants? Je garde les chiffres depuis 2004, on était à 51, 2006, 63, on a monté un peu dans les 77, redescendu dans les 75, fait que ça fluctue à peu près là. Qu'est-ce qui est vraiment les défis que le département voit qui fait en sorte qu'on a de la misère à atteindre des 85, 90 éventuellement un jour peut-être 100 mais je comprends que le 100 est extrêmement difficile.
Je vais commencer. Là,
Ça fait plus d'absence du personnel.
La question importante, c'est est-ce qu'on a la bonne recette pour être en mesure de croire qu'on va améliorer les résultats? Question historique ou de contexte, les minorités sont toujours marquées pour avoir certains résultats qui sont différents de la majorité. Donc, au niveau national, chez nous, sciences, littératie, on est les plus faibles quand on se compare à la majorité, mais quand on se compare aux autres minorités, on n'est pas pire. Quand on regarde les mathématiques, on score très haut. On est parmi les top 2 ou 3, incluant la majorité quand on parle de mathématiques. Fait qu'en termes de résultats, c'était ça pré-pandémie. Puis là, post-pandémie, ben, les résultats que tu es en train de décrire sont réels. C'est-à-dire qu'on a, puis là, je pourrais, puis les minorités aussi à travers le pays rapportent les mêmes écarts à leurs évaluations, c'est-à-dire que tout le monde a baissé durant la pandémie, l'absence à l'école. En tout cas, je n'ai pas besoin d'expliquer pourquoi, là. Mais ultimement, c'est ça. Ça fait qu'à ce moment ici, c'est de reprendre. Ce qu'on ne veut pas faire à ce moment ici, c'est de créer le sentiment de crise, puis que tout le monde doit se mettre à courir partout. Oui. C'est pas, puis les enseignants n'ont pas besoin de cet environnement-là pour essayer de reprendre les choses en main. Fait qu'il y a une dimension aussi du mieux-être des élèves qui fait partie de l'équation que les 3 districts ont embrassé. En fin d'année passée, c'était clair que ça devait être une dimension importante. Même si on parle de résultats scolaires, si on veut avoir des bons résultats scolaires, il va falloir qu'on s'occupe du mieux-être des élèves. Fait que ça, c'était une dimension importante. Fait que l'équipe au ministère a passé quand même beaucoup de temps à analyser les choses. Une autre partie qui ne paraît pas, c'est qu'on sait aussi que durant les années de la pandémie, le ministère de la Santé a été beaucoup attiré vers la pandémie. Donc, le dépistage des enfants chez les enfants naissants, c'est pas fait comme ça se faisait habituellement. Ça fait qu'on est aussi en train de regarder avec une attention particulière ce qui s'est passé de 0 à 5 ans, parce qu'on s'attend, puis on est en train de regarder aussi l'idée de mettre plus de ressources maternelles 1-2, d'être plus vigilant là, parce qu'on pense que les enfants qui vont arriver en maternelle auront probablement plus de grands besoins que ce qu'on avait dans le passé. J'ai décrit tantôt ce qu'on est en train de faire en littératie. On espère que ça aura aussi des bons résultats. Ça va affecter les résultats en sciences aussi. Les districts aussi, parce que c'est pas excusez le terme en anglais, mais c'est pas tout des one-size-fits-all approach. Ouais. On a besoin aussi d'avoir un regard particulier dans chaque école. Puis c'est ce que les districts sont en train de faire. Puis nous, ce qu'on essaye de faire, c'est avec les évaluations provinciales, on essaie de fournir le plus d'informations détaillées dans les classes pour aider les enseignants à mieux comprendre qui a besoin d'aide puis quel genre d'intervention ils ont besoin. Fait que c'est là qu'on est rendu. L'avenir nous dira si on réussit.
Merci beaucoup. Ça sera intéressant aussi de voir au niveau des analyses. Je pense que, veut pas, ça démontre. Rodrigue Landry de l'Université de Moncton en a parlé beaucoup, mais l'impact des facteurs externes. Les jeunes étaient à la maison. Fait que c'est vraiment les facteurs externes qui ont probablement eu un impact assez considérable sur l'apprentissage. Puis là, on voit vraiment le cycle et l'impact d'une minorité et l'impact incroyable du système scolaire sur la minorité quand ça vient à ces apprentissages-là. Vous avez parlé de plus de ressources en classe. Pouvez-vous juste élaborer un peu qu'est-ce qu'on parle de ressources? On parle-tu de plus de livres? On parle de plus d'assistantes en éducation, de personnel?
Merci pour la question. Je dirais qu'on a ajouté l'année passée, pour faire le pont sur ce dont tu parlais par rapport à surtout les familles qui sont en milieu minoritaire, où est-ce que même à la maison, la langue, c'est pas la langue française, c'est la langue anglaise qui est à la maison. L'immigration aussi, donc tout le volet de l'actualisation linguistique est en train de prendre une ampleur, puis avec l'immigration aussi, c'est en train de prendre. L'année passée, on a investi approximativement 1 million de plus en ressources pour aider à ce moment-là. Puis actuellement, ce qu'on observe, c'est que les besoins sont encore grandissants.
Super, merci beaucoup. Continuer sur ces facteurs externes-là, une autre façon d'atténuer, comme vous dites, les facteurs externes, les couples exogames, cet impact-là, les familles de nouveaux arrivants, tout ça. C'est la petite enfance, qui relève aussi de votre département, qui est un endroit crucial, donc les 0 à 5 ans. On a vu le moratoire sur la création des nouvelles places en garderie. Ça fait en sorte qu'il y a des jeunes familles, faute d'espace, qui se tournent au privé. Encore aujourd'hui, qui est loin d'être la garderie est loin d'être universelle. Disons, les places sont pas assurées, les listes d'attente sont longues. Dans certaines régions, nous autres, ce qu'on entend, c'est 18 à 24 mois, facilement pour des jeunes en bas de 2 ans. Je sais que dans mes communautés, les places 0-2 ans, c'est une loterie. C'est extrêmement dur à avoir. Donc, est-ce que le moratoire est supposé de terminer cet automne? Est-ce qu'il est terminé? Oui. Et ça, c'était dans l'objectif d'écrire un plan, de faire un plan. Donc, est-ce que je peux demander, c'est quoi le plan? C'est peut-être une grosse question, mais...
c'est pas tout à fait de faire un plan. C'est l'entente avec le fédéral. La première étape, c'était de diminuer à 50% en moyenne le coût.
Oui.
Fait que c'est ce qu'on a fait. Fait que ça a été fait. La période du moratoire, c'était de nous permettre de prendre le temps d'arrêter 2 secondes, de créer des espaces, parce que là, le problème qu'on a, ou le défi qui est devant nous, c'est de créer aux bons endroits des espaces, puis de faire en sorte qu'on respecte l'entente du fédéral. Ça fait que ça nécessite un processus qu'on appelle un appel d'offres. C'est-à-dire qu'on va lancer un appel d'intérêt aux organisations à but non lucratif, premièrement, qui souhaitent créer des espaces. Puis, ça va se faire incessamment. Là, on parle de jours. D'accord? Oui. On a quand même fait ça en travaillant de près avec tout le monde. Fait que le moratoire, ça a permis une consultation, ça a permis de travailler avec les familles, les exploitants, les parents, les municipalités, les organismes communautaires. Mais c'est pas évident. Puis on a encore eu, la semaine passée, on a encore eu des rencontres avec l'ensemble des exploitants dans le domaine en français puis en anglais pour répondre à leurs questions. Puis on est en train aussi de réviser la politique 901. La politique 901 a été lancée avec les critères qui vont nous permettre de choisir qui pourra avoir des places ou pas. Puis les garderies nous ont dit haut et fort, il y a des problèmes avec ce que vous proposez. On les a entendus, On a pris la politique 901, puis on est en train de la retravailler, puis incessamment aussi, on a une version 2.0 de cette politique-là qui devrait nous aider à pouvoir avancer. Ah oui, c'est vrai. La chère question des nourrissons, les 0-2 ans, c'est le plus grand défi parce que c'est difficile, c'est du travail, c'est pas rentable non plus, c'est pas attrayant pour le secteur privé non plus. Ce qui fait qu'on est en train d'imaginer des mesures particulières pour motiver à ce que ce secteur-là prenne de l'ampleur puis prenne plus de place. Et quand on va lancer l'appel d'offres, on va préciser aussi le nombre de places qu'on souhaite dans ce secteur-là. Fait qu'on espère, encore une fois, ce sera aussi, il faut aussi se comprendre que ce ne sera pas un processus parfait. On est en train de le créer avec les meilleures données qu'on a. On espère que ce sera suffisant pour décoller. Puis ensuite, on aura plusieurs cycles de ça, puis on devra réajuster dans le temps. C'est ça notre ambition.
Excellent, merci beaucoup. Je comprends, mon épouse était sur, je pense qu'elle a encore, sur un conseil d'administration d'une coopérative, d'une garderie. Je sais qu'économiquement, c'est très peu rentable, les 0 à 2 ans. Socialement, par contre, c'est extrêmement rentable. Tant aussi longtemps qu'on ne donne pas l'option à certains parents de rester à la maison pour 2 ans avec des salaires, parce qu'il y en a qui pourraient faire ce choix-là, puis ça pourrait être aussi très rentable pour la société, mais on n'en est pas là. Fait que faut continuer à trouver ces places-là. Qu'est-ce qui va être le processus pour trouver où est-ce que les espaces vont être créés? Vous l'avez touché un petit peu. Je veux juste un peu mieux comprendre où est-ce que les espaces vont être créés. Il y a certains endroits qui sont déjà avec le programme, mais qui pourraient bénéficier de plus d'espace. Fait que comment est-ce que ça va fonctionner? Je sais qu'il y a des endroits que ça va prendre des nouvelles entités complètes, des nouveaux organismes à but non lucratif qui vont s'intégrer dans le programme. Mais comment est-ce que ça va être décidé autour de la province?
Mais ça va dans le même sens que je disais tantôt. Ce que tu peux imaginer qui va apparaître, c'est une espèce de tableau avec un nombre de places. Donc, Rogersville, tant de places pour tel niveau d'âge. Là, maintenant, les gens vont appliquer, ou les organismes vont appliquer. Il y aura un comité qui va regarder les candidatures, puis en fonction des critères qui sont dans la politique 901. Puis, à partir de là, on va pouvoir établir ça. Okay. Le problème qu'on a, puis là, j'en profite pour sensibiliser, le défi qu'on a actuellement, encore une fois, c'est les données. Du côté francophone, c'est pas toujours évident de savoir s'ils comptent, en tout cas, de Statistique Canada, on attend encore des données plus précises qui vont nous permettre. Jusqu'à présent, les nombres du côté francophone semblent un peu bas. On espère que la prochaine, les données qui seront plus précises de Statistique Canada vont nous permettre de mieux comprendre, parce qu'actuellement, c'est difficile à voir où sont les besoins. On espère que les nombres qu'on a sont les bons. C'est ce qu'on espère. Okay. Si ce n'est pas le cas, on devra réajuster dans le prochain cycle. L'autre morceau aussi, c'est que suite au lancement de l'appel d'offres, pas longtemps après, la nouvelle version du portail, le registre va permettre aux parents de s'inscrire. Là, ce qu'on va savoir, c'est qui a quel besoin. C'est ce qu'on n'a pas présentement.
Okay.
Une fois qu'on a ça, ça va nous permettre de réussir.
Merci beaucoup. Madame Landry, à vous.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et je vais continuer dans ma ligne d'idées au départ. Et j'ai beaucoup apprécié les commentaires de ma collègue et de mon collègue aussi sur l'éducation de la petite enfance. Mais je pense que la vérificatrice générale ou le vérificateur général, depuis, a quand même fait des recommandations. Et puis, je voudrais vérifier ou voir dans ses recommandations sur ce qui doit se passer avant que des changements soient apportés, par exemple, au programme d'immersion française. Et ma collègue a apporté le point sur le nouveau programme Building Blocks of Reading, sciences de la lecture, le pendant francophone, là, si je pourrais dire, que vous avez nommé tout à l'heure. Donc, les recommandations de la vérificatrice générale étaient qu'il y ait un calendrier réaliste, l'examen de tous les soutiens qui doivent être mis en place pour que le changement réussisse, comme par exemple les ressources humaines, le programme d'études, la formation des enseignants et les outils, les méthodologies, un financement adéquat et une évaluation complète des risques de l'impact du changement sur les opérations et d'autres initiatives en cours au niveau du département, du district scolaire et de l'école, ainsi que des stratégies d'atténuation des risques. Quand j'écoute ce qui a été fait pour Building Blocks of Reading, et j'ai également entendu parler que c'était un programme très prometteur, mais je suis surprise d'apprendre que c'est le ministère qui paie pour former les enseignants. Est-ce que dans votre implantation, dans l'implantation de ce programme-là, par exemple, et potentiellement dans le programme d'immersion française qui s'en vient, est-ce que l'implantation se fait sans que les ressources soient bien formées, sans que les ressources pour assurer le succès de ces programmes-là soient bien identifiées?
Thank you for that question. As my colleague indicated, all teachers of the English Prime Program, kindergarten and grade 1, will be trained for the fall. They'll have completed all of their modules, other than new teachers who will be coming on in the English Prime sector. There's always a turnover and a need to train new people. But under the proposed model for the Innovative French Immersion Program, all students would receive their reading in English. And so the building blocks of reading methodology would be used for all of those students. And virtually all teachers will be trained other than those who would be new to that role. And we don't anticipate many new teachers in the English component of that program.
OK, mais ma question était plus vaste que ça, dans le sens que, est-ce que le ministère, avant d'implanter un programme ou de débuter un programme, s'assure que ces ressources sont formées dans les universités, dans les collèges? Are we making sure that the resources that we're bringing in for new programs, that they are aligned with what they are being taught at universities and colleges?
Quand le vérificateur général propose une démarche, ça représente ou ça ressemble beaucoup à ce qu'on a toujours fait par rapport à gérer le changement dans les écoles. Une des choses qu'on a apprises dans les derniers 5 ans, c'est que le changement se fait beaucoup mieux quand on travaille avec les gens de la base que si on essaye de pousser des idées qui parviennent du ministère seulement. La consultation qu'on a faite en septembre est justement par rapport à ça. Puis au cours des pas 3 dernières semaines, mais juste avant Noël, il y a eu aussi une consultation, encore une fois, au niveau du régime pédagogique, puis au niveau de ce qui se passe dans les écoles. Puis ça nous permet de capter, puis si on veut espérer d'avoir un changement le plus efficace et le plus rapidement possible, c'est de travailler avec les gens qui vont le faire, puis d'essayer d'identifier où sont les manques, plutôt que d'avoir une approche qui est générale pour tous, qui a été pensée au ministère. Fait qu'il y a des ressources, il y a de la formation qui sont développées, mais elles sont développées en fonction des commentaires qu'on a reçus des gens qui sont sur le terrain. L'autre chose, c'est qu'il faut aussi puiser de la recherche. Fait que de là, l'importance de collaborer avec l'Université de Moncton et de s'assurer que ce que nous, on fait, puis ce qui se passe en formation initiale soit aligné. Fait que, ça aussi, c'est quelque chose qu'on est conscient de. Mais quand ça vient au changement, c'est pas comme juste bâtir une maison, là, puis dire on fait un plan, puis on y va, on bâtit, puis c'est fini. Il faut que ce soit beaucoup plus vivant puis dynamique que ça pour s'assurer qu'on ait les résultats qu'on cherche à avoir.
C'est un petit peu pour ça, à ce moment-là, que les recommandations sont de préparer un plan de mise en œuvre avant d'implanter. Donc, des calendriers réalistes, s'assurer qu'on a tout le soutien dans le système. Est-ce que ça a été fait pour le nouveau programme d'immersion innovateur?
Yes, thank you for that question, and that process is ongoing. The implementation, we've established a framework, a proposed framework, which has been released, was released in November, I believe, December, sorry, and seeking input from everybody, and we're getting a lot of feedback. That we're getting input on, do people feel that timeline is reasonable, or do they not? Our team believes it's reasonable, but you know, we also have to make sure that our schools and our teachers feel it's reasonable, and that parents feel it's reasonable. So we're hearing information on that and on a lot of things, and the consultation ends on February 3rd, and then there would be a decision made about whether to proceed with this model or something different. Our team is working on the program, curriculum, adaptations to the current curriculum, because there already is a grade 1 French immersion curriculum, so adapting that for kindergarten, should that go ahead. So we will have many more details available about that once the announcement is made, but we certainly are hearing a lot from the public and from researchers as well, and from universities. We're getting feedback from them, and we're engaging in individual meetings with post-secondary as well to see, you know, how are they feeling about this, and what cautions they have, or do they accept it, do they reject it, do they think that there's merit to it? Okay.
Thank you very much, Monsieur le sous-ministre. La vérificatrice générale a également suggéré que toute modification au plan d'éducation devait se faire de façon collaborative, et je parle de façon globale. La NBTA n'est pas d'accord avec cet énoncé-là et lance des terribles avertissements sur ce qui va de l'avant aveuglément avec un programme mal conçu et non testé selon ce qu'on entend. Comment pouvez-vous écarter les objections et la voix des enseignants dans l'implantation d'un nouveau programme d'immersion?
Thank you for that. We are in communication with the MBTA at this point. We're hearing from teachers in the field who are participating in the survey that we have online and are coming to our events. There were many teachers last night at the event in Moncton who were very frank about what their beliefs are, and that's all extremely important information to us. What we did in the close to 2 years leading up to an announcement was be talking to people, talking to parents, talking to teachers. We did meet with the MBTA. We met with many people through two approaches. One was the review of language learning in New Brunswick, which Judge Finn and I were the co-commissioners on. And then following that, we'd made recommendations. We heard from a lot of people who had many concerns about the system. We made recommendations, and then the department took those and went and did further consultations through the months of, I think, last spring until November, which was when this model was proposed. So I want to be clear, this is it's a proposal. This is the first time that, we consulted a lot on what are the issues, what are the challenges, what things need to be addressed, what should be in a new model if there's to be one, and then actually putting together a model that people could look at and comment on. That's the point that we're in now. And after February 3rd, we'll have all our consultation completed, and it is quite a robust consultation, I will say, which I believe responds to the Auditor General's recommendations.
Merci, thank you. The department, I have a few more, quite a few more, but on that same line, the department claimed that Ernst & Young were working with the department to collect data and measure success of 13 prototypes. You call it LLO, if I can, language learning opportunities, or yeah. A report was to be provided in June 2022. So where is that report, and do you have any data to give us following if the report was presented or not.
That I will have to ask my colleagues for. Thank you. Ernst & Young conducted a review of the LLOs, that's true, and they presented a report which is considered an internal document that was used to look at the future of the LLOs, as well as to inform the design of this proposed model. It's an internal document at this point, and it's advice to the minister.
Will there be any opportunities to have that report eventually to be made public?
I would have to look into that,
Yeah.
Madame Landry.
Okay. You've talked also in the Auditor General's recommendation was a process to be put in place for teacher evaluation. That was suggested by the Auditor General. What is the process being put in place, and how does it work?
I'll be upfront with you, Madame Landry. I don't know the answer to that question. I know that there was, before I left a few years ago, there was certainly an intention to move on that. And then I left just prior to the pandemic, and I know that schools were thrown into disarray. And so I don't know that that anything has moved on that, but I will find that out for our sector and provide a report.
Thank you.
Okay.
J'en ai fait allusion tantôt.
Oui.
Je vais amener une précision parce qu'on m'a corrigé que j'étais un petit peu mal dans ma réponse. On a développé pour les directions d'école un outil électronique qui s'appelle SR pour évaluer le personnel enseignant. Fait que cet outil-là a été développé par les 3 directions d'école. Il a été piloté l'année passée. Cette année, il est mis en œuvre dans 18 écoles et aussi auprès du personnel enseignant qui enseigne les cours en ligne. Ça va être une entrée progressive. Ce qui est intéressant avec cet outil-là, c'est que l'évaluation est alignée avec la philosophie du plan éducatif de 10 ans lié au projet de vie de carrière.
Parfait. J'ai une autre question. Quels sont les critères pour l'embauche d'enseignants suppléants dans nos écoles? On entend toutes sortes d'histoires d'horreur dont je n'aimerais pas rapporter ici, là, mais est-ce qu'on a une grille? Est-ce qu'on a des critères minimums pour l'embauche d'enseignants suppléants?
Ideally, all substitute teachers would have a Bachelor of Education and be certified as teachers in the province of New Brunswick. That's always been our number one priority. And so school districts, the order that they go in to find a supply teacher, and I have to admit it is not easy these days, that they would call in a certified teacher with a Bachelor of Education. Their second tranche they would go to would be a retired teacher who has those qualifications, and there are many retired teachers who were very appreciative of coming back and being substitute teachers. But then there are also teachers on local permits, and there actually it's a certification, but it's a certification for somebody who has academic qualifications, but they're not Bachelor of Education. And so they're allowed to receive a local permit, and they would be called in after the others, the list has been exhausted. And those are for a one-year period, the local permits. They're not ongoing.
Là, j'ai pas écouté ce que John a dit, fait que ça se peut que je sois redondant.
C'est pas grave.
Généralement, on préfère les gens qui ont un bac en éducation, ensuite ceux qui ont des bacs. Fait qu'il y aura une priorisation qui va se faire en fonction de ça. Il y a des entrevues qui sont passées, il y a une évaluation du casier judiciaire qui est faite. Fait qu'à partir de là, à partir du résultat de l'entrevue, il y a quand même une certaine marge de manœuvre des équipes de ressources humaines dans les districts. Fait qu'il va y avoir des différences, c'est certain. Mais en gros, de façon générale, ça ressemble à ce que je viens de vous décrire.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Just a couple of points. As you can see, we're kind of competing with the band that's playing in the corner. So I would ask that if possible, you can make sure that you're speaking loud enough so that you can be heard. Also, on the report that was talked about Ernst & Young, and the deputy has committed to getting an answer to that, you can provide the answer through the clerk or the report if possible. At this point, I would pass the floor over to you, Ms. Anderson-Mason.
Thank you very much. What is the level of French proficiency that a French teacher and or a French immersion teacher in the Anglophone sector is required to have before they can teach the program?
It's different levels for different programs. That's what they're getting. I believe it's Advanced Plus is what's required for teaching French. Sorry, I believe it's Advanced Plus, but they'll clarify that.
Intensive is advanced, but
The level that we would look for would be superior for French immersion, but for intensive French would be Advanced Plus. And I will admit that that's not always doable.
And that is my next question. Knowing the challenges that we have in my own area and the number of teachers that do not have that level of certification but are still in our classrooms, can you please let me know what percentage of our teachers in the French immersion program actually do have superior, and what percentage of our instructors at the intensive French level are at an Advanced Plus level?
I wouldn't have that information here. If they can get it, we will. If not, we'll have to send it in.
Would that not be something that would be tracked by the department?
I don't believe so. It would be tracked at the district level, I believe, but I'll check with our staff. Okay? Thank you. I have more information for you. In 2021, 40% of French teachers were not at the level that was required, but many were very close. And there's a program called the Service Linguistique, which is a program that is in place to enhance the French language of those teachers, and there were 692 of those teachers since 2021 who've been in that program.
What does that program look like?
You want to do this one, Kimberly? I'm going to ask Kimberly again.
I like Kimberly, she's great.
Yes, I do too.
Let's give Kimberly a raise.
I don't need that. I'll just give you a quick overview, but we can really give you an in-depth dive if you'd like to see it. So we got federal funding and we set up internally modules that are based on the CEFR. So we even have people who are participating that aren't teaching French to upskill their French now. Even bus drivers, some have taken NEAs. So there are modules that are for their level, kind of similar to the building blocks, come in at where they're at and giving them feedback. And then we've employed coaches, linguistic coaches, to work with educators, and so that we can support the upskilling and use the pedagogy that we also expect to see in our language classrooms. The teachers also do fun things, fun cultural things. They were at, on Kanzu, they were up in the north for participating in, some of them went to participate this summer as part of their summer learning. And they do things like make crepes and, and it's all online. So it's really, that COVID helped us with that. We went online, and now people don't have to go out of their homes to get the support they need. And it's very individualized, personalized. And we're modeling with our educators what we want to see in our classrooms.
And so, I love what you just said, because I keep hearing from government that one of the shortfalls that we have in our current French immersion system is that we do not focus enough on the cultural experience. And so when I come to you as a committee member today, I have to admit to you, I come to you with two different hats. Probably one of the best jobs I've ever had is as the member for Fund of the Isles St. John West. And I take very seriously my job to communicate with my constituents, to hear their concerns, and to hear them as changes are happening, to hear what their concerns are, and to bring them forward to committee. But I have to tell you, the other hat that I wear is as parent to Grant and Andy Mason. And so I have two children that have gone through the French immersion system, and when I hear this message that we are not providing culturally significant experiences, I'm not sure who these people are. Because my children, who are currently in grade 11 and 12, have had an abundance of cultural experiences. You talked about making crepes. My gracious, I make crepes every year at my house as we get ready for Francophone Fair. Or beignets, and the music, and the artists, and the literature. I actually think, compared to the French immersion that was in place when I was in school, it is so significantly different to what my children's experience is. So congratulations to you. I don't think we're failing in that area, at least not from the experience that I'm getting in little old southwestern New Brunswick. And so I'm not surprised at all to hear what you're telling me about the educational experiences that you're providing your teachers. But on that note, that is a significant responsibility for an educator. How much time does that take out of their work? And again, now I'm thinking back as a parent at the number of times that I am aware that my own children have a substitute teacher, which we are in grossly short supply of. This maybe is explaining it for me. Is it because we are perpetually removing our staff from out of the school?
No. The Education Act says that we as educators are responsible for our professional competence. So when a teacher takes that role to teach in French, they are responsible, if their language level is not at the level it should be, to continue to work on that. And so none of this has been release time. This is all, and that's why having a system that we run in the department, it's new, this is our second year with it, is so significant because our coaches can work with educators when they are available, when they want it, and they also can do modules on their own. They're being coached with what they should be working on specifically to help them go to the next level. And then if they want to participate in a community experience, like going to the North Shore or making crepes or whatever, they're able to. So The lead on this and her coaches have worked very hard to create that professional learning community, that experience of being together. They understand that when you're doing this on your own time, you have to get a sense of joy from it. It can't be drudgery. And nor do we ever want our children in our classrooms to feel that learning in any way, anything, is a sense of drudgery. So that's why I'm proud of what they're doing, because they've designed, this is a workforce development strategy that New Brunswick has done for the French language learning. I know Alberta has had a session from us on it to learn more, because they're interested in what we're doing. So it is a model for how we can retain our teachers who maybe they are just finding it tiring to teach all day in a second language. As they get better, they will feel less tired. So I'll stop.
No, it makes me incredibly proud of our educators, and I really don't believe that they get the credit that they deserve, because from my experience, they truly do go above and beyond. I understand, even as a lawyer, I have 12 additional hours that I have to put in every year. That is out of my own pocket. I pay for those courses myself. Luckily, I can write them off as a tax expense. What is the situation for teachers? Do they pay for these courses?
They do not.
If they're going to be traveling away from home, are their accommodations taken care of?
They
and what
are.
is the budget for this?
Yeah, they are. The funding, like I said, to set up the model came from the federal government with the OLE, had a big call for recruitment strategies, and ours was a retention strategy, and we got a significant amount of money to set up. So now what our government has to do is retain. And so it's a significantly less amount of money to maintain this program than it was to set it up. But the funding that we got to start it has helped us set it up, and now we just have to maintain it. And because we were already using funds for outside organizations to provide language training, and some of it worked really well, and we don't expect we're going to stop all of that, but we have always had a pocket of funding in the Department of Education that supports this particular thing, that supporting teachers with their language proficiency, because it's so significant to the teaching. If your language and how you teach is so significant to the classroom experience.
And so another experience in my area, in particular with teachers teaching French language, is we have had on occasion individuals who have been able to show the French proficiency, but not the educational requirements. What percentage of teachers would we have who are in the classroom teaching French, have French proficiency, but do not have the educational requirements?
You mean the local permits that John McLaughlin was speaking of?
That's all that they would have. They wouldn't have their education degree.
I don't have that specific data now. We can get it we'll have to get it from the districts. It tends to change every year. But what I will tell you is, because with the last change, we also faced this challenge. So we developed support modules to provide some bridge, certainly nothing like an education degree, but some bridge for those individuals who are coming in on a local permit. And now, and maybe someone else will speak more about this, but we are working on potentially having an opportunity to get their education degree as they work as a local permit. I will say to you that in 1990, I started as a local permit. I needed a job, and I had a bachelor's degree, and I had an interest in education, but I was going to go into the sociology of education and be more of a critic, and maybe in your shoes. And I ended up supply teaching as a local permit, and now my job is the director of the curriculum at the Department of Education. I got my education degree while I worked, and so there are a lot of people who have a natural, I think of the people who are journey persons, that apprentice people, that have a talent, that we do want them to have the methodology and we can work with them. But I would never want people to think that local permits are less than. Many of them bring some really good things to the classroom.
So I am going to switch gears just a little bit. I am informed, I believe it to be true, that the department may in fact actually have the results from the St. John Priority Schools for the science of reading that has been implemented earlier there than in other areas.
I will go back to my lead on that and ask for the information.
All right. As you do that, I'm going to keep asking more questions, and I think...
Not of me.
No, I think you're okay. Thank you. But I'm quite happy to have you there anytime. So I'm going to admit that I have been a bit confused by some other messaging that has been coming out of the department, and that is with respect to the innovative French immersion program that we have, and I will tie it back to this fiscal, so worry pas.
Pardon me, you will?
I will. I will tie it back to this fiscal. Even though I know I'm talking about a policy that's coming into place in the future, I'm going to bring it back to the current year that we're in. So when we've been asking questions about the need to go to conversational French, and it appeared at first that that was the priority. The priority was that we needed to graduate students across the province who could converse in French. And when asked for the data to support where we're going, there seems to be a pivot of the department, and what is pointed to is the fact that we have challenges in our non-French immersion classrooms. It doesn't become a conversation anymore about teaching kids conversational French. It suddenly becomes a conversation about streaming. And so I'm very confused. Is this initiative this is not my question, but I am very confused about whether this is an initiative to impact streaming or whether it is an initiative to deal with students graduating with conversational French. Is this about classroom composition, or is this about an educational requirement? So my question, and we'll follow up next time the term comes around, is are there issues with classroom composition in the French, in the Francophone section?
Ce serait de mentir de dire qu'il n'y a pas de problème de composition de la salle de classe du côté francophone. On n'a pas de données qui comparent les deux secteurs. Fait que de notre côté, c'est sûr que on traite les problèmes de comportement de la façon que la recherche nous indique qu'on doit travailler avec. Les problèmes de comportement, habituellement, c'est des comportements qui sont appris à la maison. Il y a deux chemins qu'on peut prendre quand on a des problèmes de comportement. Voulez-vous préciser votre question?
Oh, I love what you're asking now, but they're going to cut me off. Because you have pointed to the fact that these behavioral issues may be learned in the home or coming from home environment, when in fact I've actually looked, and remember I did a little bit of research before I got here. I'm going to point you to a few different reports and some comments that I've drawn from some reports, and I can direct you more specifically to those reports if you would like that afterwards, but I'm going to read you a few quotes. Poor literacy achievement in the first and third grades predicted relatively high aggressive behavior in the third and fifth grades, respectively. Behavior problems are more strongly associated with reading achievement than with mathematic achievement in a sample of children in elementary school. Poor readers were also identified as having behavioral problems in childhood. They were much more likely to drop out of school, and unstable work patterns, low job skills, and delinquent behavior in adulthood than children with either behavioral problems or poor reading skills in childhood. Academic skills, however, could also affect a child's behavior. There is a great connection, and there is a plethora of research that shows that when a child is struggling academically, it will affect their behavior in the classroom, and it is why today I am so passionate about making sure that we get our literacy right in the province of New Brunswick before we tinker with anything else, because I can tell you, as I look at it and I look at our literacy rates, they are dismal at best. And if we're going to be talking about composition, classroom composition, it is so closely connected to literacy. I am lost for words when we are now pointing and saying it comes from the home,
because we must do better.
Je vais corriger mon tir.
Yeah.
Quand on parle d'expression de cas complexes ou de composition de la salle de classe, on peut parler de différents types de comportements. Puis je n'avais pas compris de quoi vous parliez. Pour ceux qui me connaissent, l'école d'aujourd'hui, je suis très critique envers l'école qu'on a d'aujourd'hui. Puis le plan de 10 ans qu'on a du côté francophone est orienté dans cette orientation-là. Beaucoup de nos jeunes aujourd'hui vivent des échecs à chaque jour. Ils reçoivent le message qu'ils ne sont pas bons dans ce qu'on essaye de leur apprendre. Chez les francophones, par exemple, on a des enfants qui arrivent où à la maison, on parle presque pas le français, puis ils arrivent à l'école, puis ils reçoivent le message qu'ils parlent mal en français. Puis à chaque jour, ils reçoivent le même message. Fait que le problème de comportement causé par ça, c'est sûr que ça vient amplifier les problèmes de comportement dans la salle de classe, puis c'est dû à l'école ou la façon qu'on enseigne. Puis vous avez totalement raison qu'il y a une relation entre ce qu'on enseigne, puis ce qu'on évalue surtout, puis les messages qu'on donne à nos jeunes par rapport à ça. Puis c'est important de se questionner par rapport à ça, puis c'est de se questionner par rapport à l'importance de pouvoir permettre aux élèves de vivre des succès en salle de classe. Si les élèves vivent toujours des insuccès ou des échecs, on ne peut pas s'attendre qu'ils vont s'épanouir, on ne peut pas s'attendre qu'ils vont avancer. Fait que mon intention n'était pas de jeter la blâme. Je pensais que vous parliez des gros cas de comportement qu'on avait dans nos salles de classe. Puis je ne veux pas dire que ça s'apprend juste à la maison, mais ce que je voulais faire comme point, c'est que un problème de comportement, quand il est grave, c'est important d'accompagner l'élève dans l'apprentissage d'un comportement qui est correct, puis de développer chez lui des stratégies qui est correctes, au lieu d'essayer de le contrôler à l'école.
I think it's about time for a mid-morning health break, so we will now recess for 10 minutes. Call the meeting back to order. I'm going to hit the thing again. Thank you very much. Yesterday, I had an event where everybody seemed to want to socialize, and we ended up starting late, so thank you very much for coming back to order so quickly. Monsieur Arsenault, je crois que c'est à vous.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, moi, j'aurais quelques questions. Les questions de mes collègues m'ont amené des questions de suivi, là, fait que je vais essayer de les faire dans un ordre qui fait du sens, mais j'avais quelques questions concernant les écoles privées au Nouveau-Brunswick. On a entendu récemment l'ouverture d'une école privée dans la région de Saint-Jean. Je sais qu'on ne tombe pas dans l'année en cours, mais il doit y avoir des politiques au niveau du ministère concernant ça. Fait qu'une de mes questions, c'était à qui revient la décision de permettre une école privée sur le territoire du Nouveau-Brunswick? Ça serait-tu, c'est quoi l'implication du ministère? Et c'est quoi, ou c'est-tu une implication qui est purement politique? Merci.
Là, on s'entend ici, c'est le lycée, on parle de lycée français, là?
Oui.
Pour nous, c'est une école privée. La responsabilité du ministre de l'Éducation, c'est de s'assurer que tous les enfants du Nouveau-Brunswick reçoivent une éducation. Donc, le lycée français vient s'installer. Le curriculum qui sera enseigné, c'est le curriculum français, donc pas le curriculum du Nouveau-Brunswick. Donc, on n'a pas de responsabilité, nous, par rapport à le curriculum qui est enseigné, puis s'il répond aux critères du Nouveau-Brunswick. La seule chose que le lycée français a à faire, c'est que s'il y a des enfants du Nouveau-Brunswick qui décident d'aller à ce lycée-là, il faudra qu'ils passent par le processus d'exemption, c'est-à-dire ça peut être fait soit par les familles ou soit par l'institution comme telle, mais le ministre a besoin de savoir que si ces enfants ici ne sont pas à l'école, des enfants du Nouveau-Brunswick, ben, on a besoin d'avoir un sentiment qu'ils reçoivent une éducation. C'est le même processus que d'être enseigné à domicile.
Okay.
Si par contre on enseignait le curriculum du Nouveau-Brunswick, ce serait d'autres procédures.
Donc, des élèves néo-brunswickois peuvent aller à cette école-là?
Oui, malgré que le premier plan, je pense, du lycée français, puis là, on s'entend que moi, je n'ai pas fait partie de décision ou de discussion avec eux, c'est premièrement pour permettre à des élèves français de venir étudier au Nouveau-Brunswick. Du côté des migrations, ça semble être ça pourrait être vu comme une stratégie intéressante de permettre à des jeunes Français de venir étudier puis faire des études ici, puis ensuite peut-être rester puis de contribuer à l'économie de la province.
Est-ce que le ministère doit se préoccuper? Je veux dire, on a déjà une pénurie d'enseignants. Est-ce qu'on pourrait perdre des enseignants par rapport à cette école-là?
On a posé la question au consul, puis ce qu'on nous garantit, c'est que c'était des enseignants de la France qui viennent enseigner dans cette école-là.
OK. Et puis, au niveau du processus, comme n'importe qui peut venir ici, ouvrir une école privée, puis après ça, juste demander l'exemption comme l'école à la maison, ou y a-t-il un processus pour pouvoir rouvrir un établissement d'une école privée, ou... Hein?
Non, il n'y a pas de processus. C'est une entreprise qui décide de s'installer.
Fait que c'est vraiment une marchandisation de l'éducation. C'est vraiment...
Oui, c'est une institution privée qui s'installe, comme un collège.
OK. C'est très intéressant. Je pense que ça nous prendrait une manière de disons, je ne sais pas ce qu'est le terme, là, que j'ai en tête. Je m'entends 2 fois à cause que j'ai ça, parce que c'est vrai qu'on entend mal à cause des machines à chauffer. Mais ce que j'allais pour dire, c'est que ça prendrait, selon moi, une réflexion, une politique, à savoir, je veux dire, n'importe qui peut ouvrir une école. On parle des systèmes à 2 vitesses, le système scolaire anglophone qui essaie d'offrir un apprentissage de langue seconde à tous ses élèves. Puis un des exemples qu'ils utilisent, c'est qu'il y avait un système à 2 vitesses, puis là, ici, ben, on dit, si vous avez 14 000 $ par année, vous pouvez envoyer votre enfant dans une école privée. Bon, ça mérite une réflexion probablement de société. C'est pas à vous, là. Merci beaucoup pour ces clarifications-là.
Excuse me, may I just add a bit? I just want to be clear that private schools in New Brunswick are not accredited in any way by the minister, and they're not authorized to teach the New Brunswick curriculum or to offer the New Brunswick High School diploma. There's no connection there at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Merci. My next question was in regards to a question of one of my colleagues a while ago, and concerning it mixes me up so much because of the acronym you guys chose, LLO, in French, c'est la loi sur les langues officielles, and then so it's the same kind of mix-up that the Premier seems to do all the time between la LLO and second language training. But anyway, jokes aside, you were saying that Ernst & Young was implicated in the data collection. Why don't we have these resources internally at the minister, and what kind of competence in education does Ernst & Young have?
Ernst & Young really were employed as an outside body so that the people involved could feel that they could provide feedback, freely. But our own internal team did do the assessments of the students, like the pre and post, which we do have competence in doing, and provided the data from those sites and the comparisons. They also have a large team that can do research, and that was helpful because we don't have a large team that is dedicated to research. So they hosted focus groups and met with and organized and collated and provided the information to us. That was the purpose, to have Ernst & Young, to have an outside body so the people working in it wouldn't be biased by what we had hoped to do or hoped to see.
OK. Merci beaucoup.
Oh, excuse me.
You wanted to add something? No?
No, I just realized I didn't answer in French. Excuse me.
Ah non, c'est correct. J'ai posé la question en anglais. Puis vous avez le droit de répondre à la langue de votre choix. C'est la beauté ici au Nouveau-Brunswick. De la LLO, pas la LLO, mais de la LLO. C'est complètement votre droit. Ma prochaine question concerne la qualité de l'air dans les écoles. Je pense qu'il y a des questions qui ont été posées ici en comité et ailleurs. Au niveau des mises à jour, j'aimerais avoir une mise à jour sur les écoles qui n'avaient pas de système de ventilation à une certaine époque, dont les travaux étaient supposés d'être faits éventuellement. J'aimerais avoir une mise à jour. Combien d'écoles qui restent avec des systèmes de ventilation qui ne sont pas à jour?
En bref, la réponse est 54 qui restent. Nous devons compléter 10 cette année. Le limite, franchement, c'est la limite pour les travailleurs, puis aussi la limite pour toutes les machines nécessaires. Je prévois que, je crois mes doigts un peu, mais je prévois 3 ans. Si les travailleurs ou la machine seront disponibles, peut-être un peu plus facile, un peu plus vite, mais maintenant, ça, c'est la situation.
Excellent, merci beaucoup. Puis est-ce que le ministère effectue des tests de CO2 dans ces salles de classe, les écoles, pour assurer que les systèmes de ventilation fonctionnent comme il faut?
Oui, c'est seulement pour les écoles qui n'ont pas un système de ventilation maintenant.
OK, fait qu'on teste seulement les écoles sans ventilation.
Oui, parce que les systèmes utilisent l'air extérieur tout le temps comme une partie de processus. Donc, ce n'est pas un problème avec le système dans la plupart des écoles. Mais le problème avec l'autre école, et je pense que c'est les vieilles écoles, bonne intention, amélioration de l'installation, etc. pour l'édifice, mais aucun transfert d'air extérieur et interne. Donc, quelquefois, il y aura un problème parce que toute l'air reste dans la même salle ou même édifice. Donc, nous utilisons le test fréquemment pour seulement les écoles qui n'ont pas un système moderne. Yep. Aussi, si on a une plainte, pas de problème pour... nous avons... nous utilisons un consultant pour un test, donc c'est facile à appeler le consultant pour juste vite un test, puis l'info nécessaire. Si c'est nécessaire, une intervention.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Mes prochaines questions concernent un peu des différents... On va sauter de sujets qui étaient dans votre rapport. Il y a une des choses que j'étais très heureux de voir, c'est que les langues autochtones sont enseignées dans certaines écoles. De plus en plus, des cours, dans le rapport, c'est écrit que des cours de Mi'kmaq, ça serait, je pense que ça serait une erreur parce que la langue, c'est avec un W, là, les cours de Mi'kmaq et de Wallace de Gouay ont été offerts en vue de leur mise à l'essai de la 6e à la 9e année dans le secteur anglophone. Donc, j'aimerais savoir un peu plus à propos de cette initiative-là.
Du côté francophone, au cours des derniers 3 ans, on a fait des pas de géants là-dedans. C'est devenu, surtout suite au rapport de réconciliation. Donc, il y a un ensemble d'activités qui se passent. Les écoles sont intéressées puis ont développé le goût aussi de vivre des activités. Ce qui nous manque souvent, c'est de trouver c'est de trouver quelqu'un qui parle en français, qui peut venir dans nos écoles, donc chez les personnes aînées. C'est probablement le plus gros obstacle qu'on a. Fait qu'on utilise à plein les quelques qu'on a. Ils nous servent très bien. On a quelques personnes qui sont clés chez nous, là, qui nous aident beaucoup avec ça. Mais c'est en train de prendre toute une forme importante.
On the Anglophone sector, I can give a bit of information. We have had for a number of years part of our online courses at the high school level. 2 of the courses are on for Indigenous languages, and they've been in place for a number of years. If there are new initiatives, Kimberly is reaching out to our First Nations staff to get that, and we'll share that with you as soon as she gets it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Again, I know it's a challenge to find speakers who are able to provide the language in a multitude of schools. That's why the online program has been quite successful.
Absolument, puis il faut bien sûr assurer que les jeunes de ces nations-là, les nations Mi'kmaq et voilà ce quoi, ont accès à cet enseignement-là en premier. Mais c'est aussi important, je le dis souvent en chambre, si on regarde la salle, je suis certain qu'on peut dire qui sait comment dire bonjour, comment ça va dans la langue autochtone sur le territoire sur lequel ils habitent et comment une personne serait capable de commander une bière en espagnol. Je pense que la bière en espagnol ferait plus l'unanimité que bonjour, comment ça va dans la langue traditionnelle du territoire où les gens habitent. Donc c'est un exercice qui est extrêmement important. Et je suis content de voir que c'est là. Il y a un autre... j'ai plus de temps, là, Monsieur le Président. Fait que je ne commencerai pas une autre question.
Madame Landry.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Going back to how en fait, what's the planning for the new program? I know that there must have been time and efforts done during the year that we are questioning today. And I would like to know, Policy 309 provided the guidelines for French immersion in the past, and how did Policy 309 factor into the development of the proposed language learning program, the new one, and what policy will guide the new program, and what framework was built in for accountability of that new program?
Policy 309, it describes the programs that currently exist, the early immersion program, the intensive French program, and the late immersion program. So certainly everything that was in that policy was considered in looking at what could be done differently to propose a different model. If there's a change, then Policy 309 would have to change because it would be different than any of those 3 policies, 3 programs, although the proposed model, students would continue through the program that they're in right now. So Policy 309 for those students in those programs would continue. The other question was on accountability.
And the accountability?
Could you sort of...
what are the results, the assessment proposed for the new program?
So the proposed assessment would be using the oral language proficiency assessment, which happens at grade 12, that the goal would be a minimum of intermediate level, which is considered a conversational level, which is what virtually all students in the current early immersion program achieve. Now, we want students to be much beyond that, but as a minimum goal, we would want them to be able to have that conversational level of French and to provide opportunities throughout the 13 years of schooling for them to exceed that, to be engaged in really authentic, good cultural activities, things that are of interest to them, to improve their learning so that they would go to perhaps an advanced or advanced plus level, which many of our students already achieve as well. But as a minimum, it would be the intermediate level. I will also say that we'll want to do assessments, develop new assessments to occur early on to see how successful this program is so we don't wait until the students are in grade 12. That's been one of the challenges with French immersion over the years is that it takes so long if we use the grade 12 oral proficiency to see is this working, right? So having perhaps an assessment at the end of grade 2 is something that we would be looking at.
Thank you. Conversational, I have a hard time to say that word in English. But again, if I look at the report, la révision sur la loi sur les langues officielles, la partie du rapport sur l'apprentissage des langues officielles, conversational, what we've seen is that it relates to breakthrough wastage threshold, and it's put there conversational. How was it determined that that was the conversational level? Because that's the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. That's an international standard.
Yes.
And who and how was it decided that that level, B1, was to be the conversational level acceptable?
We looked at what we believe conversational is. That's an intermediate level of French. That's what we have always accepted as being a conversational level, and applied that to the standard in the Common European Framework, and it was a level B11.
So there are also different types of conversational conversation. You can converse with your friend. You can converse in your work-related activities. You can converse with some very well-educated people, either university professors, or how do you qualify conversational in all those different potential stages, or the situation, situation, context, and how do you say this is the conversation? Which one of these potential conversation? Is it to learn how to say je veux un café, or is it to be able to speak fluently enough to have work-related activities?
So the Common European Framework would indicate what the different skills are that would fall into that category. I don't have them right here. I think maybe you do.
Yeah.
Wait, I have reporting. Yeah? Okay. This would be the minimum expectation, and acknowledging that right now, about 60% of our students are not anywhere near that in the province, right? The French immersion students are achieving this goal. That's not the case for students who are not in French immersion. That's about 60%. So immersion students are achieving or exceeding this, and that's what we want for all students, at least to come out of high school to be able to do this or better.
Will that permit them to apply for jobs for, let's say, the government of New Brunswick?
Well, I guess it depends on what the job is, what level of French would be required. But I mean, I do have to say that, you know, a student's future ambitions require them to do some work. Mm-hmm. And we can give a basic level of math, for example, for students leaving high school. But if they want to be a statistician, they have to take a lot of math courses. If they want, you know, if they may come out with a certain basic level of science, which matches our graduation requirements. But if they want a job that requires a higher level of science than what the school is able to offer, they have to do some work and engage in that. Now, we will prepare and provide, we already do, but we'll do it on a broader scale, advancement opportunities for kids, to putting them in real-life situations where they're actually using that conversational level and building on that, so that hopefully many will leave with an advanced level or advanced plus, and there may be government positions that they could apply for. I can't say that any immersion program would be able to say that all of their graduates would be able to apply for government jobs. I think there are different requirements for each particular job, and I think, you know, it opens doors beyond applying for a job. There are so many benefits, as I'm sure you know, to having a second language, and so many of our students are not getting it now. And that's the inequity in the system that we're trying to address.
Yeah, you call that streaming, and then we open a new lycée français. Wouldn't that be called streaming as well? So anyway, I have doubts there. But let's go back to conversational French. Is there a descriptor of that conversational French?
Yes.
And is it according to the standards of the CEFR? Because it's not in the description of the different levels of the CEFR. So who brought in the conversational French as an equivalent to a scale?
Let me make sure this is CEFR. What I can tell you what the standard that we're using is, and I'll confirm that it is equivalent to the CEFR standard. And again, these would be minimum requirements for all students, all right? Not just students who currently would be in French immersion. We want students to be all students to achieve this, which is what the majority of students achieve in immersion. No, so this is not CEFR, but it is our equivalent that was done by our team at the Department of Education.
Okay.
All right, so.
So it does not change the CEFR scale, or because that's an international scale, you would have had to get permission
Yes.
to change that.
Well, this is matching our expectations are matched to the CEFR. It was done by our experts at the department.
Okay, so
All right.
it's the equivalent,
Yes.
but not into the CEFR levels.
It is matched to the CEFR B11.
Okay. What would be your definition of bilingual?
Oof, that's a good one.
We're here until 2, so.
I don't have a definition of bilingual. I mean, I've heard different people the last few days say, I'm not bilingual, and to me, they sound bilingual. They don't consider themselves bilingual. For some people, bilingual means they have an absolute native speaker's language and accent, and that they need to have that to be considered bilingual. Other people feel, look, if I'm comfortable being able to come, like if I felt I was comfortable to come here and speak to you all in French, I might consider myself bilingual. So I don't think there's any agreement on what the term bilingual means. It's different for different people. That's why the CEFR has different, rather than saying someone's bilingual, they say that there's different steps on the scale.
Yeah.
Towards fluency.
And I'm asking maybe a question you may not be, or you may want to comment or not, but what's your feeling on, is that going to be the new norm to hire employees in New Brunswick? That conversational French that does not exist on the CEFR scale? Is that going to be in the future? I mean, is that going to be the new norm to hire employees in New Brunswick?
I think it depends on the job. There are some jobs where the conversational level that we're speaking about would be appropriate. And there are other jobs where it wouldn't be. If you want to be, a policy analyst working for the government, you would have to have a much higher level than a conversational level of French.
Yeah.
If you want to be perhaps a clerk working in a retail store or in the hospitality industry or in the service industry, that may be an appropriate level. And certainly, I think everybody has to take the responsibility to improve their level of French constantly, and we want to give them that sort of springboard.
And can you describe or give us example of what will be those opportunities to improve?
Well, there would be opportunities that we will provide, but I'm also saying I think people have to take opportunities themselves outside of school, right, to improve. So things like, and ask my team to come and give me some things that I'm not thinking about, but things like cultural exchanges, either virtually or real-time. That's something that we heard a lot, that there isn't enough connection between the Francophone sector and the Anglophone sector, and how can we create those kinds of interactions while respecting the Francophone sector's concern about assimilation and about protecting the French language, but making it an opportunity for Anglophone students to improve their French language. That's one way. There could be real exchanges that happen among different, for students around the province, for students, for example, in St. Stephen to do an exchange in Spagan or Cataquet. There's many different things that can be done. We're looking to have students engage, do some individualized learning, some independent studies on something that's of interest to them. That could be done in French. There's also a great example that we heard from a principal the other night when we did a consultation in Bathurst. She said, you know, if everybody in our school was learning to speak French, all of our students, all of our staff were committing to that, then maybe on a certain day of the basketball game, the whole language of that basketball game could be in French, or all the announcements in the school on particular days could be in French. Those are ways to really improve and enhance the authentic engagement of students in the language. But I do want to say that I don't think we should put too much pressure on the school system to be the solution for everything. I think that we can provide a very good, solid, well-rounded education that's a springboard for students to leave and do more.
Quickly, Mr. McLaughlin, thank you. I would like to know, and you probably know, because you were one of the writers of this report, is there somewhere in here that it says that French immersion should be abolished?
In here, and I don't, let me see, recommendation 18.
18?
Yes. Recommendation 18 speaks to what Judge Finn and I concluded after our review. That on page 39, that we felt that all things considered, what New Brunswick needs is one program for all students, where all students are learning together and all students are improving their French. And that would be a change to the program, so there would no longer be the two streams of French immersion and the English prime. So the answer to your question is yes, that was the recommendation. There were some caveats that I want to be clear about. One was that we did mention the Auditor General's report and the numbers of changes that have taken place with French immersion over the years, and we recognize that. And we acknowledge that some people would say, here we go again, right? We saw this as an opportunity to once and for all establish a system that's fair to everybody, that provides French second language learning for all students. And we said there was urgency in it because of that streaming situation we talk about, and because of the inequity of 60% of our students leaving high school without being able to speak French, many of whom would benefit most from the ability to speak French in the future. So there was urgency to do something about that. At the same time, for government to be aware of the situation with the schools just emerging, not even emerging at that point, it was in the pandemic, and also the number of changes that have taken place. So to do this in a methodical, strategic way, as the Auditor General had suggested.
Thank you. My time is up.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson-Mason, over to you.
First, I want to applaud you in your objective. We don't disagree. I think that it would be a beautiful thing if in Canada's only bilingual province, if we did graduate all students with a certain level of French proficiency. I applaud the objective. I am concerned about the timing. and I am concerned about the possibility for success.
Right.
Because sometimes we have to be realistic. You know, I would love to win a bikini contest in July of this year, but let's be honest, it's probably not going to happen unless I am the only contestant, right? It's a great idea, but we're just not going to get there in the amount of time that we've got in front of us. And when I look at the stats that we have here, you know, you just said that we are graduating 60% of students who do not have French, who are not competent to speak French. 50, almost 50% of our province is functionally illiterate. We have been making the statement that in the last 40 years, we have not been able to graduate bilingual students. We have been teaching children how to read and write for over 200, and we're still not getting it. I am incredibly concerned about the timing and how much more our teachers can handle. You know, I can get here to the legislature, I can be elected and not be able to speak both official languages, but I can tell you I would not be here today if I could not read. And I think we have to take a serious look. When I take a look and I see the numbers for where our students are currently sitting with literacy scores, again, I implore you to take that into consideration. So in a conversation that I had with a few educators about this wonderful program that you're implementing, and truly, educators from K to 2 are excited. They want to teach kids how to read, and they feel as though they have finally been given the tools. I think I hear that they could use a little more support, but they're finally being given the tools. And they are anxious to hit the ground running. But from what I'm hearing, in order for this to be successful, they are spending close to 85 to 90% of the day focusing on literacy skills in those very early years. And the one thing that we know is that if a child does not achieve the appropriate level of literacy by grade 2, they stand a very small chance of catching up. And we also know that there is a robust association between reading achievement and antisocial behavior. We know that children who have difficulty learning to read, that they become frustrated and unhappy in school, and they express their frustration and their unhappiness by acting aggressively towards teachers and towards their peers. We also know that they are much more prone to high levels of mental health issues, drug abuse, and a lack of success in the workplace. And I still have to question, is this about classroom composition due to streaming, or are the problems that we're facing due to the fact that we're not teaching kids to read? So back to my point, that if this is taking 85 to 90% of the day for these teachers to succeed, have genuine success in teaching kids to read, why are we now reducing their time by 50%? To 50%, yeah, that's my question.
So I'm not aware of that statistic. I appreciate you sharing that. And when you said you implore us to take that into account, absolutely. We're taking everything into account now. You know, the last few weeks have been quite revealing and instructive for all of us. I mean, as you said, we have this goal, we have this framework. We're hearing now what the concerns are. Many of the concerns we knew up front, they're much more clear now, as we're hearing, for example, from teachers, who we heard from last night. We've heard from some other teachers, I have to say, who said, please do this now, and please do this right through elementary school, not just K-1. So it's different kinds of feedback that we're getting. And I don't mean to get into a debate, what I'm trying to say is we're taking everything into account, and what you're saying, I think, is quite revealing. And we did hear last night from a teacher who said that exactly what you're saying, that she spends so much of her time not just on reading, but on oral language in English, right, on improving students' oral language, which is necessary for their literacy achievement. So all those things, yes, I can say we're taking into consideration.
Well, then there are a couple of other things that I'd like for you to take into consideration.
Okay, sure.
Because I have a feeling that if I attend in Fredericton or St. John, my voice might not get heard at those times, so I'll take advantage of it right now.
We need to hear it.
There were a couple of scenarios that were provided to me, and one was specifically in relation to kindergarten children. I had a kindergarten teacher who said to me, Andrea, every kindergarten teacher knows that in the afternoon, you're just working on keeping your kids awake. And that if you're a kindergarten teacher, you put the most important learning at the very beginning of the day, because that's when they're their brightest and all synapses are firing. And they said, consider this. You know, I'll make up a school to not incriminate anyone, but Andersonville Elementary School, okay? Being from Andersonville myself. You know, this teacher said, you know, at Andersonville Elementary School, we have 2 kindergarten classes, and right now the plan is in the morning, one teacher will teach the class French, and in the afternoon, the other teacher will teach in English. That class that is going to be reserved to learning English literacy at the end of their day, they're not going to get the same level of education as the other class that is going to get it in the morning. I ask you to listen to our teachers, because I truly believe that they have the answers. I want to go over to page 25. You have the provincial assessment results for 2021 to 2022, but I notice in a stark absence the grade 7 French second language reading. There is absolutely no results. There's lots of goals, and that's what I even keep hearing about this new innovative French immersion program. We keep hearing the goals, but my concern is I just don't see us getting results in the things that we've been doing for a very long time. Love your goals, don't love the lack of results. What can you tell me about the missing data there for grade 7 French second language reading?
I believe it was a field study, but I'm going to check with my team, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you have another question, they're checking, and I won't.
Sure. Well, I'll go to another thing that I have heard.
Yes, sure.
And my concern that the timing for this is just off. One thing I've heard from early educators is about the COVID kids. And that we've got a group of kids that, due to COVID, are actually struggling with communication. They are struggling with vocabulary. So I had a group of teachers who said to me, we've got kids who are coming into the school system and they truly do not know how to communicate. They have never been to a birthday party. They have not been to a restaurant. We've kept them locked in their houses for you know, many would say good reason, and they do not know how to communicate. And the impact that that is having on our current classroom situation and classroom dynamics is significant. And again, I do want to say great thanks to the teachers who are out there who have done so much through COVID, pivoted every time we've asked them to pivot, but they are exhausted and they are facing challenges that we have never seen before, and to put this extra burden on them is of great concern, or at least that's what I'm hearing. I think we might have the answer, too.
No, not
Okay.
that one, but I will respond. Certainly, the impact of COVID is something that we are taking into consideration. I haven't heard about COVID kids. It's something that I appreciate hearing and we'll look into. Again, this is a consultation phase we're in, and we need to hear everything, and I appreciate what you're saying. I don't have answers for everything, but as a decision is made about what the program will be, all of these things need to be factored in.
And I'm sure there's no scientific term. That's a term that I've made up for my own children.
I know what you mean, yes, okay.
And it sounds very derogatory, and I don't mean it in a derogatory way, but I've watched it with my own children. And that perhaps that is another question that I should ask, is how you're dealing with the lost learning. But to that point, when I even consider my own children, they're coming out of the education system, and you know what? They've lost 3 years of school, and they're about to graduate, and doesn't matter what the Department of Education does at this point in time, they've got 3 years of lost learning, and it's not going to be made up, not in our public education system. But I would be curious as to what extra supports you are putting in the classroom, in particular for those early learners, because of the communication challenges that the teachers are now facing.
Do you mean with the proposed new program or anyway to deal
Both.
with the, yeah?
Yep.
So the program would be resourced properly. We're just going through our budget process now. And so, I wouldn't be able to comment on what's in our budget proposal, but certainly that is, that's being considered. But there are a number of other things that have occurred in the last year and that we're planning to do in the upcoming year to provide additional supports to classrooms in terms of supports for students whose learning has digressed, students who have exceptional needs that maybe have gotten worse because of the situation that you're speaking about. And there have been a large number of people put in the school system this year, more educational assistants. There have been social workers that have been put into the school system. I'll leave my team to brief me on what the other things were. But certainly that's something that the districts have told the department, and the department has delivered on. Now, it's a big challenge, there's no question, and I don't think that there's a quick fix to anything. Again, with our budget proposal, we're looking at ways to address the learning gap. I'll say that much. Okay.
I think there are two bits of information that were available to me. One is the results of the St. John priority schools. I was
Yes.
told during the break that information was available. Do you have that now?
Yep.
And then, like I said, if we can take a look at the absence of information, I understand it may not have been available for 2021, but perhaps we could look at the data for the previous years, because I would be very curious to see what our success rates are. I can only see what the targets were.
Okay, thank you. The priority schools, so I don't have the exact number of students assessed in the 2021 school year, but it's approximately 600 students, and I'm going to give you kindergarten, then grade 1, and then grade 2 results. This is only one of the screeners that they used. That's the information we have right now. The kindergarten children in September where 2% were achieving what's expected at that grade level, and in June, 64% were. In grade 1, 22% were achieving appropriate in September. In June, 97% were at grade level. In grade 2, 9% in September, and 90% in June.
And that is precisely why I feel that to allow this program to work its way through the province of New Brunswick is absolutely essential, because those numbers are staggering. I mean, there's nowhere in this report that even comes close to it. We have finally figured out the magic sauce on how to teach kids to read. You have teachers who are enthusiastic and embracing it. Let's keep going.
I do want to underscore the importance of quality instruction and teachers having the tools they need. It is the teachers.
It is the teachers.
And they didn't have the information, now they have the information. And this is only one screener. We have 2 now that we'll be working with, and then we're expanding because the building blocks have multiple sections. And we are introducing the encoding component, which is the writing component, and that is a critical piece. So we're still working on this. And the grade 7, it was a field study. That's why we don't have the results. So we will have the results in the future.
Do you have the previous years?
It was the first year for the grade 7.
Oh, okay. So we've never...
When we assess was adjusted, and I think I'll stop talking because it isn't my exact area.
All right, and I think that we've pretty much run out of time, so we'll find that exact area person when we come back.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before I go to Mr. Arsenault, I'll ask that that report that we just talked about, if you could please table that with the clerk. I have members that would like that, so. Make sure Mr. McLaughlin... No, that's fine. I've had requests from members that they would like that report that we just heard about tabled and passed on to the clerk, and it'll get distributed.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So now I'll go to Monsieur Arsenault.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Mais vu qu'on est là-dessus, j'aimerais juste quand même poser une question aux deux secteurs, là, parce qu'on entend beaucoup parler des différentes méthodes d'apprentissage d'une langue seconde. On a des défis, c'est clair. Mais à la fin de la journée, il y a une question de méthode aussi. Puis oui, on peut prendre différentes méthodes, mais ça dépend de ce qui est nos objectifs. Si nos objectifs sont plus bas, on n'est pas obligé de choisir les meilleures méthodes. Si nos objectifs sont plus hauts, on doit choisir les meilleures méthodes. Donc, une question que j'ai pour les deux secteurs, de façon séparée, parce qu'ils travaillent en dualité, des experts, on n'enseigne pas les mêmes langues secondes dans les écoles, en se basant sur les données probantes, les avis d'experts et les recherches. Quelle est la meilleure méthode d'apprendre une langue seconde? Puis j'aimerais que vous expliquiez vos réponses, s'il vous plaît. On va faire mon enseignant.
I apologize, I don't have that level of detail, but we're reaching out to our French second language expert for that, who would know that answer quite well, okay? On the Anglophone side, pardon me, the research shows that there are 6 pillars of, that are required in an effective French second language program. And these pillars are in place now in our current French immersion program, and they're intended to be in place in anything that would change. And so those pillars include the intensity of time, so students being engaged in the second language learning for a good amount of time to have an immersive experience with it, meaningful communication, pardon me, where students would be involved in having really meaningful conversations with people and not just learning the structure of the language, the way I would have learned it when I was in school. And every year on the chalkboard was J'ai, tu es, Hélène, nous sommes, vous êtes, sont. I did that several years in a row and maybe learned the grammar, but never the ability to have a meaningful communication. The frequency of contact, so is that every day? Should that happen every day? How often would the contact be with the student? Motivated learners, again, that's about creating authentic learning experiences for students, And that's not just in French second language, it's in everything. We want students to be motivated to learn. Extensive exposure for many years at a time, which is in place now, and teaching effectiveness. So making sure that teachers are well trained in second language methodology and are able to work with students in that way. So those would be the pillars of French second language, and those were developed, I believe, by Dr. Joe Dix from New Brunswick, and it's been certainly the gold standard, I think, for developing French second language programming.
Excuse me, Dr. Who?
Joe Dix at St. Thomas University, I believe. UNB? Is it UNB? I'm sorry, UNB. Dr. Dix.
Pour le secteur francophone, c'est premièrement différent d'une région à l'autre. Donc, il y a des endroits qu'apprendre l'anglais, ça s'apprend comme pratiquement attraper la grippe. Ultimement, dans ces endroits-là, surtout les parents exigent pour avoir des programmes qui sont plus avancés puis de les pousser plus loin. Ça fait là, on voit différentes pratiques dans différentes écoles dépendant de la situation. Donc, même le départ est différent dans la province. Il y a des endroits qui vont commencer en 5e année, d'autres qui vont commencer en 4e année, dépendant justement de la situation. Un des programmes qui a été développé 7-8 ans passés, c'est l'anglais intensif. Ou est-ce que c'est un peu comme de l'immersion à travers des matières pendant une certaine période de temps. Donc, c'est intensif dans le sens qu'on fait juste de l'anglais dans toutes les matières, mais pendant 3-4 mois. Cette pratique-là existe encore dans plusieurs écoles dans le Nord. Les discussions qu'on a avec les districts scolaires actuellement, c'est qu'il y a de l'intérêt à faire en sorte que cette pratique-là soit plus commune qu'avant. Parce qu'elle a été populaire à un moment donné, puis elle a diminué en popularité. En parallèle à ça, on a le programme régulier, si tu veux, d'anglais qui a la voix A puis à la voix B, qui s'ajuste justement au contexte. Puis dans cette situation-là, là, je ne suis pas un expert, là, mais on parle d'enseignement explicite qui est basé qui part à partir de la langue première ou la langue dominante chez l'apprenant. Puis on bâtit là-dessus.
Puis dans le secteur francophone, ça se fait à partir de quel âge?
4e ou 5e année,
OK.
dépendant de la région. Je dirais que dans le Nord, à partir de la 4e année, certains. Puis dans le Sud, c'est souvent 5e.
Mais il existe une immersion, on veut ou veut pas, avec la radio, les télévisions quand même, même dans le Nord. Fait, ouais,
dans l'environnement social, c'est que, oui, même dans le Nord de la province, ils sont marqués par ça.
Ouais. Super, ben merci beaucoup. Je veux revenir rapidement à la question de la LLO en anglais au niveau de Ernst & Young comme impliqué là, au niveau des consultations. Je me demandais juste combien d'argent au niveau des contrats qui ont été octroyés pour l'année en cours d'études.
Question de précision. Juste pour le LLO ou pour toute autre embauche qu'on aurait eu des services pour, parce qu'on les utilisait dans d'autres situations?
Non, au complet, oui.
Au complet?
Oui.
Okay.
Puis peut-être, c'était quoi les contrats, les différents contrats? S'il y en a eu plusieurs, c'était quoi les différents contrats?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenault. The amount for for Ernst & Young's payment to do the work on the LLOs was $65,166. Thank you.
C'est que j'ai demandé pour l'ensemble des contrats octroyés à Ernst Young. Là, par après, j'avais précisé, mais je pense que votre collègue est en train de s'en occuper.
There was another one which was more about research for what happens with language learning around the world, and that was in the area of $21,000, but Kimberly has the right amount. That was not specific to the LLO, but would be connected because it informs the work.
L'ensemble des contrats, je pense que ça s'en vient.
Okay.
Jurisdictional scan.
It's $21,525 for international environmental scan.
Et je vais peut-être continuer en attendant que votre collègue cherche les réponses, juste au niveau de ces deux projets-là. Est-ce que vous faites l'analyse interne, à savoir comment ça nous coûterait d'aller chercher des experts locaux, faire affaire avec des universités publiques, faire affaire avec d'autres comment est-ce que vous décidez, prenez la décision d'octroyer un contrat à un tierce parti au lieu de faire le travail à l'interne ou d'aller chercher l'expertise que vous avez besoin à l'interne?
Well, without the input from my staff, I can tell you what I know, and they may have other information, is that we don't have a huge staff. We don't have a staff that is really dedicated to really robust research. And that's the kind of work that we contract out. And so we contracted that out to Ernst & Young. We can do some research ourselves, some environmental scans, we can do some consultations, but if it's something that we really need done in depth, and as Kimberly said earlier, sometimes you want to have somebody independent doing the work, so when you're meeting with people, they're not feeling, well, here's the Department of Education showing up or the school district, that people can be more frank in their discussions.
Mais est-ce que c'est pas un problème que le ministère de l'Éducation, c'est quand même notre ministère d'éducation, n'ait pas les capacités de recherche à l'interne?
We have established a research department. They're just, I think, very young. Tiffany Baston can speak to that. I believe, yes.
Yep.
Tiffany is our Assistant Deputy Minister.
Hi there, thank you for the question. We've established, as of 2018, an applied research unit, which is manned by Dr. Francis Bennett. And when I was in my previous role, I was also part of that with my PhD designation as well. We also have a full-time research assistant. So we can manage jurisdictional scans, literature reviews requested through the Education Services Division. We've also facilitated consultation sessions for the education plan, for the green paper, implementation of other initiatives, and we certainly work with our assessment and analysis and design branch. Inga Boulder is the director, to conduct surveys for the system around our programs and also around our provincial assessments. So we have some individuals working in the field, but as Mr. McLaughlin spoke, we don't have as robust as we need. And as he also indicated, the potential for bias, perception, can be really real, and we didn't want a discrimination against the results of these consultations based on potential involvement of those that are working on the program.
Thank you very much for the answers and for the question. It now being noon hour, we're going to take a short break. For those of you who have a granola bar with you or a sandwich, we'll take a short 15-minute recess so that people can do that, and it will be our last break until the end of the session. Français?
check, 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 check.
Thank you guys for being ready. Call this meeting back to order. Je rappelle la réunion à l'ordre. Barely had enough time to sit down, but over to you, Madame Landry.
Pardon, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Et, heureuse de recommencer. Dans ma ligne de questions, oops, sorry. So I guess we had a lot of discussion on the proposed new language program, and I think it's fair to surmise that some time must have been spent in the last year designing the new immersion program, unless it was thrown together in the last couple of months. But when have you started to plan the new immersion program during the last year?
That is a difficult question because it's the result, pardon me, of many months of consultation, beginning with the report that Judge Finn and I were commissioned to do and to make recommendations, which became important to the department as they put together what they felt would be a good program to propose. After that, the department team, this is before I was back at the department, engaged in several months of consultations with many different individuals on what they felt, if looking at our recommendations, what they felt were the issues and the concerns and what things ought to be considered if these recommendations are to be addressed. And that went through until November. Coming out of that, it was not something that was thrown together. It was considered through that whole process and sort of emerged through that in November and early December that this would be the model that would be proposed and would address the concerns that were raised in the report and also consider the input that had been received from the many different stakeholders that our team had met with over the spring and summer and fall.
Thank you. The report, le rapport sur l'apprentissage des deux langues, was submitted here. I can look, and it says January 2022.
Yes.
And there is no mention at all.
Sorry, January 2021.
Okay, my copy says 2022.
Let me think.
So that's about a year ago?
Oh, it says January 2021 on my copy, sorry.
Oh, well, there you go. We have a discrepancy right here. No, just
I'm trying to think of what I was doing in my life at the time.
At the time, okay, so it might be 2021. And if so, then your annual report doesn't mention anything about that change in programs. So why is that? There's nothing in the annual report that talks about major changes coming up for French immersion in your annual report. If it was tabled in 2021, January, then there must have been some work done in 2021 and 2022, early 2022, to address or to bring up this, and why is it not in your annual report?
So I will clarify now that I've thought of where I was. January 2022 would have been when the report would have been presented. It would have been based on consultation from the better part of a year prior to that. There had been an intention to have a new program in place for September 2024, and that was what our team had been working on. That there was a government decision to change that. To have a program in place for September 2023. That came, I'm not sure what month, but it was in the fall of last year, I believe. And our team put together the best model that they could, the framework that they could envision that would be able to be implemented in the fall of 2023. So although a lot of the thinking around it and the planning around it happened prior to the fall, that was more of a longer term. It got ramped up last fall.
So would it be fair to say that if your report was actually presented in 2022, and then the proposal for the new program was presented in November, that the program the framework for the new program was actually developed in a 6 months period over
Not
summer, or?
Sorry,
Yeah.
not for this particular model, no. There was consultation happening to develop a model that could be in place for September 2024. So it would have been just a longer-term consultation phase, which would have been happening in 2022, 23.
21, 22.
21, 22, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. 21.
So what made you, 21, 22?
I'm confused now, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. It was a long night last night.
Yeah, I know, yes, I appreciate that. So what made you change your mind on the date of the start of the new program? You had planned for 2024, and now you're starting in 2023. What made you change your mind on that?
That was a decision that was communicated from the minister. It was a decision of government, I believe.
Okay.
So,
And how will, well, my next question would be more a comment, and I don't know if the system, the education system, with all its challenges right now with literacy, as my colleague have expressed, and we have the same numbers. I can point out some numbers for the French sector, are absolutely, you know, I almost got out of my chair when I saw that. And how can the system absorb all these changes so quickly? And do we have the resources and the right resources to do the implementation with success?
so thank you for those questions. One of the important parts of the design was to limit the part of the education system that would be impacted. And that was to go with kindergarten and grade 1 as opposed to a larger scale, kindergarten to grade 5 or kindergarten to grade 8 or kindergarten to grade 12. And so that we believed it was doable to have a new program in place for September for the kindergarten and grade 1 level. That is because there already is a grade 1 French immersion curriculum, which our team has been working at adapting for kindergarten. It would be very similar, but perhaps I'm thinking more activity-based because it's for younger children. And there already are the kinds of authentic activities and learning modules that students use in French immersion already to be adapted to kindergarten. And when I think back to, you know, I've been around here many times and around this table, and one year we were instructed in October to have a brand new French immersion program for grade 1 the next September. And not only that, to have a brand new program for students living in rural areas who didn't have access to French immersion. That was a monumental challenge because we were creating brand new programs, 2 brand new programs. We were instructed in October and we had them in place in September, and that's the French immersion program and the Flora program that are in place right now. And we're very proud of that. And it was a lot of work. It was very hard work from our team. I remember weekly the meetings that we had to plan for that. And we pulled it off. And so in terms of is it doable in the timing, we believe it is based on having had that experience, and this is not that much of a change. That's one thing. Will we have the resources? Madame Landry, that is a big question mark. It's a big challenge, right? We're aiming to have as many, if you're speaking about the teachers, that's a challenge. Recruitment is a challenge. And we're working very hard on that. We expect we'll be able to have the number of teachers that we need, but if we don't, the minister announced that there was flexibility for particular schools, that if they weren't able to have the resources in place, that they could have up to 2 years to have a plan in place to get to that. So that flexibility, I think, is very important. In terms of all other resources, the classrooms will be fully resourced with everything they need. The learning materials, if there's education support, if there's education assistance that are required, whatever is needed to make this happen, government is committed that they will do that.
Thank you. Merci. In all programs, and I've read the results, performance results, and there are always exemptions. So what percentage of students are projected to be exempt from the new program? And I'll have sub-questions on that.
So that is a concern that we're working on, and we have to figure out if this program's to go forward, because there is no other program for them. To exempt a student from something, they have to be exempted into a different program. So if you have a child who's exempted, for example, from intensive French program, there's an English program that's operating at the same time that they could be in. There would be no other program in this. And I'll be perfectly frank, that is a concern that we have to address. Are we able to put all of the resources in these programs to meet the needs of those learners who have such exceptional needs that they would be required to be exempted? And that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. And once we have our complete consultation done, you raising this, it's one more voice that's saying that, and it's really important to us. And we'll consider that as I make my recommendation as Deputy Minister to the Minister, based on my best assessment of the situation.
And I was curious to see...
I don't know the numbers, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if we
So
even have them.
what kind of learning program will be offered to those students that are exempt? You know, those could be, I know that you're talking that you don't have those numbers and you're looking at it, so probably you don't have a learning program officially yet.
Well, I could respond that each child is different.
Yes.
Every individual child will need different supports. And are we going to be in a position to make sure that we provide those supports to every child who needs them? That's a very important consideration.
Yeah.
I can't tell you what this student's program would look like, or that one, or what the accommodation would be.
And can you tell us, and I guess there's a number out there, but can you tell us how many additional teaching position will be required to staff the program?
So the number 60 got out there, and that was our very high-level assessment at the time, given certain assumptions. Now, it might be that, or it might be more. I suspect it will be more than that. And because as we're progressing and really looking at a recruitment campaign, and we have our school districts doing more data on things like how many teachers are going to be retiring from the K-1, from the grade 1, the elementary French immersion program. That would impact on it. The assumption we made was based on the number of students who are registered for the fall, and now we're realizing, look, every year in the last few, our student enrollment's increasing. There are large numbers of newcomers who are coming into the system, so we're factoring that in. The school districts are really looking school by school to see how many additional teachers they would need to make this happen, and we're waiting for their data on that. We should have that, within a few weeks. We'll have a better number on that. But I'm going to be honest. It's a significant.
So if we're talking 60 for two levels, kindergarten and grade 1, so we could extrapolate, I don't know if it's the right word in English, we will need, much more teachers qualified to, over time, of course, to teach French. My last question, I guess I have 1 minute, depending on your answer. What proportion of the new program is being financed by the federal government agreement to finance French second language?
I'm going to have to get some help on that one,
Okay.
Because I think the agreement might be ending and we'll be needing a new one. I'm not sure, so let me.
Okay.
But French immersion is quite significant financing for it.
Yes.
And When I will say that when we did check with the federal government on is there a standard that needs to be met in order to be considered French immersion for funding under the Official Languages in Education program, they said no, it's what different provinces establish. And there are different thresholds across the country for French immersion. So Kimberly's back.
Okay.
I can't answer what proportion because the current agreement and all of the areas that we work within isn't just for French immersion, it's for all French second language training. So some of it supports immersion, some of it supports French second language training. So some of those funds, because of the system, will go to support the K-1, just in the same way they're doing now. The agreement does end this year. We have to put in for 1 year because it hasn't been totally renegotiated. There will need to be provincial dollars to support this program as well, obviously, as there always are for all, because it's 50 cents to the dollar. So we will use some of the funding, but right now our plan for our, what we will need is an ask from the provincial government, and then because K-1 is part of the system, some of those funds that we get from the federal government will also go to support this program. We haven't figured out the percentages.
There's no ballpark figure on how much the new program might cost.
Well, that's part of our budget planning for next year.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your answers, and thank you for coming and bailing out the deputy. Ms. Anderson-Mason, over to you.
Thank you very much. We are running short on time, and there are so many topics that we could cover. And so I do hope that there's the possibility that you come back. We haven't barely even touched on your early childhood education centers and the good news stories there, and some of the concerns that I am hearing from private owners of early childhood education centers and the financial difficulties that they face. But I'm going to ask just a couple of questions, then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague because I am a team player. Is there, back to my passion, which is literacy, is there any evaluation going on as to why the Anglophone side results remained constant during the pandemic, but the Francophone results dropped so significantly?
C'est une tentative d'explication parce qu'on n'a pas nécessairement fait une évaluation comparative pour savoir si les outils qui sont utilisés dans les deux secteurs ne sont pas similaires, donc c'est dur à comparer. Du côté francophone, par contre, on observe un peu la même chose à travers le Canada. Les minorités qui ont fait des évaluations à travers le Canada ont remarqué les mêmes diminutions de résultats. Là, je ne peux pas parler pour les majorités à travers le Canada, mais chez nous, c'est constant avec ce qui se passe ailleurs au Canada au niveau des communautés minoritaires, que les résultats ont baissé. Mais du côté anglophone, je ne peux pas commenter.
So, specifically with respect to the Francophone side, so there is this, there's a trend, but are we actually investing in finding what the reason is?
Les commentaires qui ont été faits par rapport à ça se ramènent beaucoup au fait que les familles en situation minoritaire, souvent, c'est que la langue parlée n'est pas la langue de l'école. Donc, souvent, si l'enfant passe beaucoup de temps à la maison, puis c'est l'anglais qui est la langue de la famille, à ce moment-là, il ne pratique plus le français, puis il ne le parle plus. Fait que c'est la raison principale qu'on pense que dans ce genre de situation-là, où les enfants sont beaucoup à la maison, que ça affecte le résultat à l'école. Là, encore une fois, juste pour nuancer un peu les choses, quand on fait une évaluation, c'est une photo à un moment donné. Ce que ça nous indique, c'est cette photo-là, quand on l'a prise au même moment l'année passée avec un groupe d'âge similaire, il y avait plus d'élèves qui réussissaient. Ça fait que ça nous indique que nos élèves sont pas à temps au même moment que l'année passée, mais ça ne veut pas dire qu'on ne pourra pas rattraper avec les mêmes méthodes qu'on a habituellement. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'on ne va pas être capable de regagner ce qu'on a perdu, surtout si on a passé du temps à faire du ménage dans les autres curriculums pour essayer d'avoir plus de temps pour passer sur ces problèmes-là.
And I apologize, my questions are all going to be very random because they're just cleanup for me right now. One of the conversations that you often hear when you're in the public is other countries are doing it, why can't New Brunswick do it? When we talk about teaching children a second language. And I've asked that question myself many times. Why don't we just go somewhere else and see what they're doing? Look, I'm a lawyer. We don't do anything original. We just steal what somebody did before us and send out a bill for it, right? It's called precedent. And so same thing when it comes to teaching a second language. I would think that there would be other countries that we could learn from. And in fact, somebody just recently mentioned to me the example of Spain, saying that in Spain, children in their early childhood education centers are introduced to English at 18 months because that's when children are acquiring language. So has there been any discussion about incorporating French as a second language into our early childhood education systems?
There are some LLOs, Language Learning Opportunity Projects, in early learning centers, and I think it's in 2, Nico?
Last year was 2, it's 9 this year.
Oh, there we go. It was 2 last year, it's 9 this year, and those are, they're looking at ways that we can introduce French into the English early learning centers, so that's happening, yes.
That means we really need to get one of those in St. George, don't we? That was a hint. A couple other questions. I understand that during this last fiscal, there was a report done on Policy 322. What is the progress of where we're at with that report? So that's the inclusion policy for those who are not familiar.
I do know because I was just briefed on this the other day, that in the report, well, the number's in here, but the vast majority of the recommendations in that report have been implemented or are being implemented now, and so there are other ones that we need to work on. I'd need somebody to be more specific on that, but I know it's being taken very seriously. But specific to Policy 322, I think we need Lisa to speak to that, because the report itself reflects the expectations in Policy 322. So, and the services that are provided to students. And one of the things that we're really trying to move from in the Anglophone sector is the reliance on education assistance as sometimes you need somebody with a particular student, there's no question.
Right.
But we also need psychosocial support. We need, speech-language pathologists. We need these other professionals as well. We need behavior mentors to be working in the schools as well to address the needs, so that it's not just these constant need for more EAs, but to really look at the root problems and try to address them.
So are we placing funds in that direction? Like what funds have been put in place to support the report?
So the budget for 21-22 was $1,880,599. And it's built on the response to intervention approach, which is a multi-tiered approach, which looks at what level of support individual students need and being able to provide that level of support to them, as opposed to trying to do one thing for all. As of December 2022, 82% of the recommendations are complete or underway. Additional FTEs to support inclusive education were provided to schools, including 34 school counselors, 24 resource teachers, 12 social workers, 13 speech-language pathologists, and 25 behavior intervention mentors. And this was in addition to the 50 FTEs for behavior intervention mentors in September 2021. And it's one thing to provide the funding for, but it's to find these specialists as well and to recruit them. So that is a challenge, but at least the funding is available for being able to get them if we can. Behavior intervention mentors are not an issue for recruiting. There are more people out there who would qualify for that districts are able to find.
And are we seeing improvements? And if so, how do we know?
So this was only from the last fiscal year, so I don't know what kind of data that we'd have on improvements on that at this point. I don't know if, Tiffany, would you have anything? We're going to look. I think they're checking with Kim Krokoff.
I think my colleague may actually have some other questions along the same
Okay.
line, so I'll
Sure.
let him continue while we wait for that information.
Juste pour revenir à la politique, la politique reflète les commentaires qui ont été captés dans les deux consultations, francophones et anglophones. La nouvelle version de la politique devrait sortir d'ici mars.
So we'll have copies by March?
Pardon?
We'll have it by March? Is that
Yeah,
what you
the
mean?
new version of the 322 policy.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair. And thank you to my colleague for saving me 5 minutes. Mr. McLaughlin, Mr. Lavoie, thank you for being here today. I think I have a variety of questions, but I think what I might lead in on, and it was something that was passed on June 11th, 2021, recognized as a highlight here in your annual report, which would be Bill 35, an act respecting empowering the school system. So speaking specifically to that act, it allows teachers with specialized training to administer and interpret certain psychoeducational assessments to support the development of student learning plans. So I'm just wondering, could you share with the committee, and more importantly, I guess anybody watching, what the importance was of making that amendment?
I can share the importance of it, but how it's rolled out, I'd need some help on that one. But the importance is it's so difficult to find education psychologists. And right now, the standard that's required to be an education psychologist is a PhD. And that's made it more difficult than it was when it was a master's degree. And so these changes so that teachers would be able to be trained to administer psychoeducational assessments would take up a number of the students on wait lists who are waiting for a psychologist to help. And the other thing was that we were having to rely on private psychologists, and sometimes parents were bearing that burden themselves because the wait list was too long. So this is allowing us to deliver on those assessments in the schools with our own team.
So how many educators were planned to receive this training to be able to conduct the assessments?
There's 26 people right now studying
26
that.
people now?
Yeah.
And originally, how many were we hoping to train?
26, that was the plan.
26 was the number?
Yeah, for both sectors. For both sectors.
For both sectors?
Yes.
Okay. So since achieving that with the 26 trained staffers, have you been successfully implementing the assessment to date?
They're in training now, and it's a full year of training. During their training, they're still contributing to school quality, and so they're present in school, but will fully have the impact of this next year.
Okay, so next year is when it'll start taking effect. So what process do you have in place right now for assessing special
It's the same as what we've done historically, which is relying on education psychologists where we have them, and then accessing the private sector.
Okay. And how many do you have within the system? Yeah.
On n'a pas la réponse à cette question-là aussi, on va je vais y donner.
Well, while we're waiting, just wondering, so the ones that are in the system, I guess I'm wondering, do they fit in the integrated service delivery team, or are they district staff?
They would be district, school staff. They would be school staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they would team up with the integrated services team,
It's
correct?
resource teachers.
Resource teacher, yeah. Okay.
Yes, and when they have reports or recommendations, they would inform, they would be part of the ISD teams to inform plans for particular students.
So for a student that requires a personalized learning plan, would I be correct in assuming that they would also have a special need in most cases?
There are different levels of personalized learning plans, but they would all have some particular exceptionality. They would have some needs. Some would need an accommodation. Some would need a very individualized plan. So it would depend. But there would be some particular exceptionality for each student.
Okay, and I guess that leads me into assisted learning technologies. So do you have those resources across both sectors?
Yes.
And are the classrooms adequately supplied with the resources for special needs?
In terms
Just
of
wondering,
assistive
because
technology?
what I hear from teachers on my end is that they'll find that some schools that there'll be ample supply of assisted learning technologies, where other schools it's very sparse. So I'm just wondering where that fits in and how these technologies are deployed. What's that? Yes.
By resources, by...
Je peux répondre en français ou en...
I'll answer
in English. The needs are assessed on every student, and the information that I have on my sector is that the technology is given when there's a learning disability and kids need it. Even if we are in doubt, we would give technology in this case. So, is that you?
It stands to reason. I guess it's just kind of coming back to what I was saying with the stories that I'm hearing. You could have a classroom or classrooms at one school that have a full supply of tablets for every child, where in another school they might have one tablet for 10 kids.
Yeah.
So if you have these technologies and resources available, how are they being deployed?
Yeah.
That was kind of where I was.
In these cases, most of the time in the Francophone sector, it's initiatives from the school, from the teacher. Like yesterday, the school in Memramcook, every student has an iPad there. And it's an initiative that they've done by themselves with the community and all those things. Parallel to this, we support with some technology, but when it comes to learning disabilities, we have a program to make sure that every student that needs absolutely one has it. But you'll find all differences across the province there.
In the Anglophone sector, the needs are identified in the school districts, and we send funding to them. Typically, it's a total of $300,000 a year is sent out to school districts to address the assistive technology needs. And this year, there was a significantly higher number that went mid-year, and they're getting that number for me, but it was certainly a big boost this year to support the districts with the expertise that they have in what the technologies are needed. It was an additional $500,000 was sent this year.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Monsieur Arsenault?
Merci beaucoup. Donc, juste pour revenir à ma dernière question tantôt, je n'avais pas eu toutes les réponses, puis je pense qu'il y a peut-être trouvé les chiffres des différents contrats qui avaient été octroyés à Ernst & Young, ainsi que les raisons de ces contrats-là.
Finalement, j'ai la réponse.
Super, merci.
Donc, on a trois contrats pour un total de 450 328 Là, je vais vous donner les trois contrats. Fait que le premier contrat, c'est celui-là que John vous a expliqué tantôt pour le French Language Learning Pilot, 86 691. Il y a eu un deuxième contrat lié au projet de gouvernance à 211 375 Puis le troisième contrat est lié au Canada-wide, qui est l'entente avec le fédéral. L'entente avec le fédéral pour les garderies à 10 là. Donc ça, c'est 156 262.
Merci beaucoup. Ça serait-il possible de donner ça au greffier, comme ça, toutes les...
C'est écrit à la main, je ne sais pas si...
We could prepare something and send it.
Oui.
You can prepare it and send it to the clerk afterwards.
Super, merci beaucoup.
Somebody keeping track of... Someone's keeping track of our promises.
Excellent. C'est pas des grosses choses, fait que j'espère, c'est jusque-là comme ça. Il faut pour tous les membres qu'on ait toute la même information. OK, fait que 211 000 qui a été au niveau du projet de gouvernance. Qu'est-ce qui aurait été leur rôle dans ce projet-là de gouvernance?
This one, our expert is Tiffany Baston. I'm going to ask her to speak to that. I believe you're our expert on it. Yes. Tiffany's the expert on many things.
Hi there. Much like the role of EY during the consultations for French, they were certainly involved in doing consultations around the province. So there was a number of interest and rights holders groups that were involved. So they worked with our lead at the time, who was doing the research to just get a scan of what's working with governance and what isn't working. So they helped to compile a report with some recommendations that have informed our pathway forward with a governance model.
Fait que c'était juste au niveau des consultations?
Pardon me?
C'était juste au niveau des consultations?
Yes.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Fait que là, je vais retourner sur les LLOs en anglais. Ma prochaine question concernant ça, je sais que le rapport est sorti en 2022. Je crois que vous avez demandé de créer le rapport en 2021. Mais en quelle année exactement est-ce que les LLOs ont commencé, ont débuté?
So we were intended to start the LLO project in 2020, but that was delayed with things happening with COVID. So we started the work in 21-22 school year.
Et continuer sur le même sujet, pratiquement, mais pas tout à fait, mais au niveau de l'enseignement des langues secondes dans le secteur anglophone, je me pose juste la question, où est-ce que le 50% par jour a été piloté? Piloted, là? C'est où exactement que ça a été essayé, ça?
Thank you for that question. It's not being piloted anywhere at this point. It's the proposed model. to be in all K-1 classes where it's doable for the fall. I can speak to an earlier program that existed in Bathurst. It was several years ago, and I know it because I taught English to those immersion students, and I taught math to the immersion students, and one of my daughters was in that program. So it was a 50-50 model, and the success rate was very high. It matched the success that the early immersion program got at the same time, the 90%. So the 50-50 in Bathurst and the 90% in all other communities, they matched. And actually the results from the last year, we did a 7-year average of the results over that program in the oral language proficiency assessment at grade 12, and those results matched what's currently being achieved in the early immersion program, which actually has students who started in grade 3. So there were many different programs. So that program was seen as quite successful, and then there was a different government decision to create more alignment between the programs, and it became a 70% program and then a 90% program.
Okay. And I had one specific question, or maybe a few, but are there any interpreters to support deaf students learning French or French Sign Language, which is different from ASL?
I don't believe there are any in the system now, Mr. Arsenault, and that is another concern that we have. And our Director of Education Support Service has been working with an organization that, that represents students who are deaf and hard of hearing, and we will have to find a solution to that. We'll have to find interpreters. It's not just English, American Sign Language. There's a different one for French as well. Mm-hmm. Again, that's a concern we've heard and will be taken into account. But we do not have any in the system right now.
Okay. And how many EAs are able, do you guys have these numbers maybe, how many EAs are able to offer support in French in the Anglophone system?
I don't believe we have the language proficiency of EAs. If I'm wrong, somebody can correct me. We don't have that data, I'm sorry.
Okay, is that data that you are able to have, or you just don't have it?
We'll be taking a look at which EAs would be most appropriate to have in those positions, but again, we do have a collective agreement that we would have to follow with the assignment of EAs would have to be according to the collective agreement. That's something we have to work out. Okay. But there are currently non-French speaking EAs in French immersion now as well.
Yeah, but do you collect data on knowing, like, you guys don't even know, like, how many EAs do we have across the province that have level?
No, we don't. The school districts or us, we don't assess the language proficiency of EAs, no.
And is there a reason for that?
We just never have.
You think we...
I don't know if there's... I would have to get back to you on that, Mr. Arsenault. I don't believe we have any information on that. To have as many EAs as possible to be able to support students in French would be ideal. That would be a consideration.
And is it maybe data that you should be collecting or look forward to collecting in the future, or is there any technical reasons you guys can't collect that data?
I don't know. I don't know if there's anything that would be barring us from doing that or expecting an EA to go through a language assessment. Maybe self-reporting might be okay. I don't know. There are many considerations when you're dealing with a collective agreement.
Okay, thank you. All right, going back to a mixed match of questions that I had. Retour au secteur francophone. Dans le rapport 2021-2022, on dit que le curriculum du secteur francophone a été actualisé, notamment quant au régime pédagogique au secondaire. Donc, j'aurais aimé avoir un peu d'informations sur cette actualisation-là, qu'est-ce qui a été exactement les objectifs que vous essayez de rencontrer, qu'est-ce qui étaient les faiblesses ou les changements que vous vouliez pallier ou faire.
Donc, tout s'inscrit, tous les changements au secondaire s'inscrivent dans l'objectif 1 du plan éducatif, le plan de 10 ans, donc ce qu'on appelle le projet de vie de carrière. Donc, au lieu d'avoir une approche où tous les élèves suivent beaucoup le même parcours, c'est-à-dire beaucoup de cours obligatoires, peu de cours au choix, le régime pédagogique a été changé pour permettre aux élèves de décider d'un parcours qui répond davantage à leurs intérêts puis à ce qu'ils veulent explorer. Donc, les premiers pas, ça a été de changer les exigences de diplomation, surtout en 9e et en 10e année, pour s'assurer que les élèves aient des choix de cours. Parce qu'avant, les élèves n'avaient pas de choix de cours en 9e du tout. Je pense qu'en 10e, il y en avait un. Donc, maintenant, la réalité sont que les élèves ont beaucoup plus de choix de cours à partir de la 9e année. Donc, ça, c'est un des grands changements. Là, après ça, on a aussi permis d'ajouter ce qu'on appelle la reconnaissance des acquis, c'est-à-dire de donner des crédits pour des apprentissages que les élèves font à l'extérieur des cadres scolaires. Donc, encore une fois, ça permet une diversité d'apprentissage, puis ça reconnaît ce que tu ferais dans les scouts, ce que tu ferais dans les cadets, ce que tu ferais en musique, ce que tu ferais. Fait que ça, ça valorise cette partie-là. On a ajouté ce qu'on appelle le cours d'enjeu. Le cours d'enjeu va avec dans notre profil de sortie, notre première visée, c'est de développer des citoyens engagés éthiques. Le cours d'enjeu, c'est purement un cours où les élèves résolvent des problèmes de la société, participent à la communauté en essayant de résoudre des problèmes Donc ça, c'est un cours qui est en développement. Les enseignants sont en train d'apprendre. À des endroits, ça va très bien. On est encore en train d'identifier les lacunes en formation, mais en soi, c'est un concept qui est nouveau, qu'on ne retrouve pas généralement à l'école. Ce qui fait que ça nécessite beaucoup d'attention de notre part. À part de ça, d'autres cours au choix ont été ajoutés, des cours en ligne. On a un nouveau cours de vie saine et active, donc le cours d'éducation physique, beaucoup plus adapté en lien avec le profil de sortie, où est-ce qu'on dit que les élèves devraient avoir ce qu'il faut pour vivre une vie équilibrée. Donc, moins axé sur le sport puis de la performance au badminton puis au soccer, mais davantage axé sur la personne, se connaître, puis de développer des outils pour plus tard. Fait que, là, en gros, je pourrais plus longtemps que ça. Mais
Thank you very much, Deputy. I believe, Deputy McLaughlin, you have a point of clarification.
Yes, I do. I answered your question all wrong, and I probably sounded like I knew what I was talking about, and I think I did know what I thought I knew what I was talking about, but I have Marianne Mackay is going to come and clarify a question about the psychoeducational assessments, because my understanding was off base. Thank you, Marianne.
Thank you. Okay, just wanted to clarify a couple of points, questions that you were raising. The resource specialists in assessment and intervention will not be doing full psychoeducational assessments. When psychologists do that, they use a number of different assessments and do a full-blown assessment. That's not what these teachers will be doing. They're being trained to use one additional assessment tool. They are already able to use many level B assessment tools because they have that qualification, and they're being trained on one additional assessment tool. So we wanted to clarify that they're not going to be diagnosing, they're not going to be dealing with mental health concerns, and they're not going to be doing psychoeducational assessments. Okay.
Thank you very much for that clarification. It's hard to believe we turned the heat off here about 4 hours ago, and yet the band still plays on. Madame Landry, over to you.
Which band is it? You too? Anyway, thanks again, Mr. Chair. Deputy Minister, you alluded to the Batters program earlier. I would like to have comparison and to compare with what will be offered or what is proposed with the new French language training. Immersion training. So it was designed on that pattern. What the Batters program, was the Batters program optional?
Yes, it was the same as every other immersion program in the province.
Okay. But the new French immersion program will not be an optional program?
It would be that model for all students, yes.
Okay. Was the Batters program primarily exploratory learning, like the proposed new program, or was it a teaching program, like they were taught to read, to write, and to speak in French?
Yes, they were. They were taught to read, write, and speak in French, just as this one would be. There's confusion about the word exploratory, because if I can clarify that.
Yes.
The beginning, and this would have been similar back in the Bathurst model, when you're starting to work with children who don't speak the language, and the young, you're working on the oral language development. That's the emphasis. But there are students who quickly progress, and it's appropriate to be working with them to extend that into reading and writing. And that would absolutely be the case in this new model as well. It's what happened back then, and it would happen now. Literacy is a combination of all of those things: reading, writing, listening, speaking, and they all be important in the French component. In addition to that, it's like an integration of things like social studies, early science concepts like experiments and exploration. That's what we mean by exploration. The arts, culture, music, personal development, finding projects for students to be doing that integrate these different things and include the French language as well. So that's what the model is. I cannot tell you that that was exactly the thematic approach back. I do not believe that it was everything broken up in sciences humaines, sciences. I believe that they were integrated as well. And the English side was exactly what we were proposing: English language arts and math taught in English.
And it brings me questions about a question about we will not teach, or it will be a more exploratory method, which I kind of understand, but they will not be taught to read, or there's no evaluation on the reading skills and the writing skills.
Absolutely there is.
There is?
Yeah, there would
Okay.
absolutely be.
But you only have one type of goal. It's to be conversational.
Right. And that's another thing that I want to clarify. When we spoke about that goal, that is the goal that we measure provincially currently for grade 12. The exit from the program at grade 12 is oral language. It's not reading and writing. But that doesn't mean that we don't have goals for reading and writing. All right? And those are developed by our team at the department, and the schools do the monitoring on that. The teachers themselves are the best placed. As Marcel said, when you're doing a large-scale assessment, it's one moment in time. It tells you about how the whole system is doing. But for practical purposes, in informing your teaching with a child, it's best for the teacher, who's the most qualified person to assess where their learning is at any given time and move them a step further. And each child's on a different path. That's not an easy thing for teachers to do, but it's certainly the way of education today in everything. We don't have a cookie cutter approach. We don't say that everybody has to be on page 3 of the reader at the same time. Some kids come into school reading already. Some kids come in barely able to speak, and the teacher has to personalize that learning experience. The exploratory part, it's not that it's not teaching. Teachers do that now. They do that in all elementary teachers do that. You tried, instead of saying, today we're going to do a science lesson, you try to integrate different things. So if you're talking about science in terms of climate change, well, there's also learning about the world and learning about advocacy for climate change. It's bringing multiple kinds of subjects together. In addition to that French language arts component that will happen, and there'll be a synergy between the two. I'm having a hard time explaining it, but it really is the way of teaching today.
Okay. In the program in Bathurst, what we've heard is that there was a third of the students were Anglophones, a third were Francophones, and a third were bilingual. Wouldn't you say that that could help in learning another language?
Personally, would I say that could help? Yes. I think the more people that you're surrounded by and you're engaging with and hearing a model, the better. But I don't believe that was the case. I don't have the research. I know that it's been shared with me. I can tell you this. In 1983, there was a court decision that was handed down in June of '83.
Yes.
And that court decision made it very clear that students who already speak French do not have a right to be in the French immersion program. And superintendents had no right to admit them. In fact, they had a responsibility not to admit them. So after June of 1983, the policy was that French, and it's not about Francophone or Anglophone. It's about French-speaking students who already spoke French were not permitted in the program.
Even in an optional program?
Absolutely.
Okay.
In French immersion today, that decision remains, and our policy 322 is the same. And we have another policy which is about admittance to language program based on your language competency, and students who already speak French are not permitted in a French immersion class, and it's very controversial. And I know that as a superintendent, I had to tell parents they were not permitted to put their child in French immersion because they already spoke French. So the 7 years of data that we've looked at are after that 1983 entry. Okay?
Fair.
So if it happened before, I don't know that it did, but I'll say let's park that part.
Okay. And on that Bathurst program, it was 50 English, 50 French, as you said, but it was each day. So one day you speak English, you were taught English, and the other day you were taught French.
Not necessarily. I'm sorry.
And as Madame Andrea Mason said, in kindergarten, in the afternoon, the kids may feel, may fall asleep. So having a 50-50 per day instead of a 50-50, one day French, one day English, what would be the difference, or could that be looked at?
Absolutely. Okay. And I can tell you that in the Bathurst model, there was one school that did Monday, Wednesday, Friday, one day in English, Tuesday, Thursday in French, and the next week it flipped.
Yeah.
The one that my daughter went to was the morning, the first part of the morning, because the afternoon is not half a day.
No,
so breaking it up into the first part of the morning would be in English, the second part in French, and the next day it flipped.
Okay.
So yes, there's flexibility allowed.
Yeah. Okay. The prototypes, the LLOs, again, I want to I have a few questions. Are the prototypes subject to the same rigor of professional evaluation as pilot projects would be prior to their implementation, and are they required to report results? those LLO prototypes.
I can say that they're followed and there are results, but I don't know the depth. I'd have to ask one of my colleagues to come for that, okay? Kimberly's back.
I may need you to repeat, I think I know the question.
It's the evaluation of those.
Yes, so the prototypes use the prototyping model, the innovation model, and they have a coaching session each week, and they are required to, there's regular reporting of the language acquisition of the learners, especially in the older grades. The younger grades, we have different ways of monitoring their engagement and their language acquisition. And so it's actually a bit higher because they're regularly meeting with a staff member and talking, and what we do is gather the information, the barriers that they're facing based on those 6 pillars to determine, where are the areas that are causing maybe if things are not moving, and they shift based on that. So it's actually, it's quite a support model and an interaction that the schools have with the staff that are working with them.
Okay. And would you know how many schools adopted the LLOs, the learning opportunities, and schools that had kindergarten and grade 1? How many of those?
Yes, I don't have it in my head, but I'll go back and get that information. Staff has gathered it and given it to me previously, and we are using, the staff that's working on the curriculum for the K-1 have visited and are using information from those sites. But our expanded this year with the 24, they really just got started in the fall. So there isn't a lot of learning that they have gathered to date, but we are working with them because they have some thoughts about, how to. Most of it has to do with improving the amount of time that children that don't have access to French get access to French. But I'll find the numbers, the specific schools for you.
Because in the 11 sites, school sites and 2 kindergarten, I just want to know how many of those sites they had
K1.
K1.
Yeah, so there are actually 24 school sites now, so I'll give you all of that.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we have our learning centers, and it's really wonderful what's happening there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will get that for you.
But it seems that you're basing also the new program on the success of that program. So I'm just trying to tie what you're proposing in K1 to the success of the schools that had that.
None of them have tried
prototype.
a 50-50 at this point. They've just been increasing the time, but I will get you that information. Okay, thank you.
If I could just add to that, there are LLO sites that have really nothing to do with kindergarten and grade 1, but where we can learn from them. For example, some schools where all staff have said, this is important to us. It doesn't matter what I teach or what my job is in the school, our entire school community, our students, our EAs, our teachers, our custodians, we are all going to improve our French. So that has nothing to do with K1, but that's about creating a French culture and environment in the school. Well, that can inform the work as well in the new program.
Okay. Let's go back to policy 322. And that my question is mostly, elle va être adressée surtout du côté francophone. I received a copy of the report and pretty extensive, and I think there's a lot of good stuff in there. I just want to know, je voudrais juste savoir, pardon, je vais vous parler en français. J'ai lu que du côté francophone, en octobre 2021, il y a eu un rapport sur l'état de l'inclusion scolaire, un rapport d'environ 16 pages. Maintenant, on a, moving forward, sur la politique 322, un rapport de 65 pages, très extensif. Quel est l'alignement avec le secteur francophone entre le rapport du côté francophone qui a déjà été fait en octobre 2021, ce rapport-ci qui a été déposé en septembre 2021, Est-ce qu'il y a de quoi pour le secteur francophone là-dedans? Parce qu'on a juste une politique d'inclusion, elle s'appelle la politique 322. Quel impact ça a, ou qu'est-ce que le secteur francophone fait du côté de l'inclusion, puis la politique 322?
C'est une grosse question. Donc, on a... Bien, je pense que ça reflète le fait qu'on a la dualité. Donc, on a deux secteurs qui sont autonomes, qui ont grandi séparément. Du côté anglophone, Mme Mason faisait référence au streaming, puis donc il y a des différences aussi qui créent des contextes différents d'apprentissage, puis ça amène aussi certains obstacles ou certains problèmes. On a eu, les deux secteurs, là, on avait le mandat de jeter un regard critique sur l'inclusion pour voir comment ça allait, dans une perspective d'amélioration. Ça fait que disons qu'on part tous les deux avec l'objectif d'améliorer ce que c'est, pas autant de juste axer sur la politique 322. Du côté francophone, on l'a vraiment pris dans l'optique de la suite des choses par rapport à l'objectif numéro 1 du plan de 10 ans, donc le projet de vie carrière, de voir comment l'inclusion s'insère là-dedans. Parce que l'inclusion du passé, puis il y a l'inclusion vers où on veut s'en aller. L'inclusion du passé, ou est-ce que c'est de faire des plans d'intervention puis de tout faire pour que les élèves qui ne peuvent pas apprendre ce qui est dans les programmes, qu'on adapte ça jusqu'à temps qu'ils puissent apprendre ce qu'on lui propose. Ce qu'on souhaite dans l'avenir, c'est faut qu'on essaie que tout le monde essaye d'apprendre à lire, puis à écrire, puis à compter. Mais ce qui serait intéressant, c'est que tous les élèves trouvent des choses qui permettent de mettre en valeur leurs forces. Puis si le départ puis la base, c'est toujours le même curriculum pour tout le monde, puis qu'on adapte juste le même curriculum pour tout le monde, bien, on est en train d'enlever les chances à cet enfant-là de vivre du succès par rapport à ce que lui a comme force puis ce qu'il a comme intérêt. Donc, cette consultation-là s'est inscrite là-dedans. Comment on fait pour revoir nos stratégies d'inclusion? Puis là, ça, là, c'est un grand groupe d'intervenants à travers le système qui ont commenté puis qui ont fourni ce rapport-là. Fait que ce rapport-là n'est pas aussi défini que le secteur anglophone. Le secteur anglophone est beaucoup plus, semble avoir travaillé beaucoup plus sur des problématiques qui étaient identifiées. Du côté des francophones, c'est davantage une vision de l'avenir par rapport à l'inclusion. Puis, le regard qu'on jette sur la politique 322 actuellement se fait à la lumière de tout ça. Mais ce qui est surtout intéressant pour nous, ce rapport-là devient, si on veut, la plateforme de départ d'une nouvelle aventure par rapport à ce que sera l'inclusion dans les écoles francophones.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Mr. Collins, over to you.
And gentlemen, I guess obviously leading into today, I was kind of hoping to have that discussion around the psychoeducational piece and determine how the assessments were going and the personalized learning plans. But obviously, I kind of got ahead of things. If your staff are still in training, you might have to hold that discussion for next year, perhaps. So you'll find I do have a few more questions just looking through your annual report. You're going to find they're probably going to bounce around a little bit, so it'll be more conversational here, just for my knowledge of what I'm reading. The one thing that did stick out to me is engagement numbers. So specifically, I'm looking at page 16, and it reads that the percentage of grade 9 students engaged in school is reporting at 31-32%. So why would those engagement levels be quite so low, and what plans do we have in place to try and elevate that?
Je vais parler en français.
Go ahead.
Les sondages qu'on fait aujourd'hui pour mesurer l'engagement cadrent dans le plan éducatif de 10 ans autour de l'objectif numéro 1 qu'on appelle le projet de vie de carrière. L'objectif a été ciblé en 2016 lié à une recherche que Doug Wilms de l'Université de UNB puis Sharon Friesen de l'Alberta On fait une étude pan-canadienne qui a démontré que seulement que 6 élèves sur 10 s'étaient engagés à l'école dans les niveaux 6, 7, 8. Une étude similaire a été faite aux États-Unis, puis ils sont arrivés exactement au même résultat. Donc, quand on a créé le plan de 10 ans, puis on l'a lancé en 2016, c'est sur cette base-là qu'on s'est lancé en disant il faut trouver une façon que l'école soit davantage pertinente puis qu'elle fasse du sens aux élèves. Il faut que les élèves aiment aller à l'école puis qu'ils trouvent que ça fait du sens d'aller à l'école. On ne peut plus juste dire aux élèves « ce sera utile plus tard ». Il faut que ce soit utile aujourd'hui. Donc, pour mesurer nos impacts puis savoir si ce qu'on fait une différence, on commence juste à mesurer le taux, le niveau d'intérêt des élèves. Donc, c'est une nouvelle donnée. On n'avait pas ça avant. Mais les résultats confirment qu'on n'est pas bon. Puis ça confirme qu'on doit améliorer ce qu'on fait. Ça fait que ceci, ça devient, si on veut, la base sur laquelle on va améliorer l'école francophone pour faire en sorte que les élèves soient plus engagés.
For Anglophone sector, we've done a number of rounds of consultations with students, whether it's our 10-year education plan or the green paper, or certainly around high school renewal efforts. And the number one recommendation students ask for is more choice and more flexibility in their program, particularly at the high school level. So we know that engagement drops considerably from grade 6 onward. Because the program sometimes is referred to as having less flexibility. So what we've been introducing over the last few years with the Anglophone sector is building on flexible options for credit. So students can actually gain credit from things they do in their community, such as the Duke of Edinburgh Award, coaching, if they have a lifeguarding certificate, if they do Girl Guides, those kinds of things automatically get them a credit. So it's a way to encourage them to see that their learning is valued, not only in the school system, but out in their community. So we have a number of different ways. We have students doing independent studies and personal learning where they create their own curriculum. They determine a goal that they would like to set. So just personalizing, having the student drive their own learning has been shown in research to definitely improve engagement and also improve achievement. Another initiative that we've been working on extensively in the Anglophone sector is increasing opportunities for experiential learning. So students actually being out in the community, working with partners, working with industry, and seeing what happens in particular careers, talking to experts, sometimes having mentors in those fields and making those connections. So we've acquired 33 partnerships where individual community groups or industry have committed to work directly with students, whether it's opening their doors to their business, having them engage in community, or providing mentorship for those students. In 21-22, we had over 8,000 students when we started up a very intentional experiential learning program, and beyond that, we're up over 10,000. So we have experiential learning coordinators in each of our Anglophone districts, and those individuals work with the department to coordinate with the partners we have signed to offer students these flexible options. So we're looking at many different ways to address the engagement by understanding that learning in school doesn't have to happen in one building, in one place, at one time, in one way.
Okay, so it isn't just students looking for different courses, it's genuinely getting them out in the
Right.
world.
Yes.
Okay, that's very interesting. So that's just begun, it'll be underway, and you'll review the results over the course of 10 years? That's kind of what I understood from Mr. Lavoie.
We track all of those programs to look at enrollment, and those are increasing every year in engagement, and we're acquiring more partners that are willing to work directly with our students.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Je vais juste corriger. On m'a dit que j'ai fait une erreur. L'étude de Doug Wilms, 6 élèves sur 10 ne sont pas engagés. J'ai dit le contraire. Donc, c'est 40% des élèves sont engagés, 60% ne le sont pas.
Okay. So, obviously, we just rolled out with the Canada-wide federal, provincial, early learning and childcare funding agreement. So how many spaces do we have in the province in total at this point?
How many spaces in the agreement that we have to create?
Correct.
Okay. 3400. 3400.
Okay, I think that number was the number of spaces that you've committed to in future, correct?
Yes.
3,400, okay.
Okay, I didn't hear the question.
I was just saying, I believe, Mr. Lavoie, you gave me a 3,400 spaces, but I think that number would be number of spaces that you've committed to in future, not that's implemented now, correct?
So you want to know how many spaces that we have now?
That's okay, I got it right in front of me, I was just, in any case, how are those 3,400 spots moving along? Have you got operators in place to, and what are the timelines to get those spaces open?
En date du 1er décembre 2022, on en a créé 844.
Out of the 3,400, you've opened up 844? Okay. Now, is there a certain age group that is particularly underrepresented?
Les bébés.
Les 0-2 ans sont encore une fois.
So 0 to 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'd noticed in the annual plan as well. I think there is, you have to forgive me, I don't have the page in front of me, but it looked like it was just to hold on to 130 spaces. That was the objective. Thereabouts, just bear with me.
In the process of creation of the new spaces, we are looking at ways of trying to encourage creation of those spaces. It's hard for the daycares to create and to service those. It doesn't comes with a big income. It's hard to put all the resources needed to be able to do that. So in our strategy, we have to include something that will help those daycares.
Agreed. So I found my page here. It's page 12, and it says to maintain 168 infant spaces. So are you on track to maintain 168?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And out of the 3,400 spaces that are to come, obviously you've got 844 that are set up, but are any of them going to be dedicated to the age group of 0 to 2 beyond the number of 168? I'm understanding it's difficult, but are we growing that
Yeah.
number?
So in the next few weeks, we're gonna go into request for proposal from organization across the province to create those spaces. And we're gonna tell them in each region, we're gonna tell them you have so many spaces for 0 to 2 and so many spaces for 3 to 5. And they have to open a section for the 0 to 2. It's a mandatory.
Okay. So based on that, what kind of prediction do you have in the increase of spaces?
It's not yet public, so it's more than 1,900. We're going to see multiple cycles of going through this, launching, and know because it's gonna install itself in the province, and we need to be able to make sure that all the resources coming from the Canada-wide are well used and being able to target exactly where the needs are. So we cannot just create everything at the same time. We need to do multiple cycles to be able to do that. So the first cycle should be in the next few weeks.
Okay, so there's a first cycle, and what kind of timeline is that drawn out over? And I'll tell you where I'm getting at is, obviously, if I'm hearing of it as an issue, obviously you are as well, but I'll have constituents, mothers that want to go back into the workforce, and to find a spot for a child between the ages of 0 to 2 at this point, it's pretty difficult considering in the entire province we're struggling to maintain 168 spots. So I'm trying to capture a little bit of an understanding as to what these phases and what these timelines are going to look like so that I can share that information.
So I'm going to give you an answer of those timelines, but we're kind of victim of the deadlines that we got from the federal was to put the 50% right from the start. So that's what created the demand. So now we need to, the expectations like you're describing are high at this point. So people are waiting. I'm not sure, we're going to try to do our best to go as fast as possible, but it's probably not going to satisfy everybody. So, une fois que le processus d'appel d'offres va être lancé, on va mettre un comité en place qui va évaluer les propositions des organismes à travers la province qui vont proposer, qui vont vouloir avoir des places. À ce moment-là, une fois que les organismes sont sélectionnés, seront identifiés, si c'est une garderie de maison, ça peut prendre 3 mois. Mais si c'est une organisation dans un village qui n'a même pas encore les infrastructures, ça pourrait prendre 18 mois, 2 ans avant qu'ils soient installés. Donc, une fois qu'on a accepté, qu'on a donné les places à un organisme, ça peut prendre entre quelques mois à... Ils doivent procéder à travers du processus pour obtenir leur licence puis de respecter tous les critères que le gouvernement a par rapport à avoir des garderies.
Yeah, no, I can fully appreciate that. It's going to take time. There's no question. Certainly with building up the infrastructure, and like you say, if it's at somebody's home, it might be a little bit quicker of a turnaround. I guess what I'm hearing on my end, though, is the biggest barrier is the profitability side of it, where you can only keep 3 infants in a space. It's not mathematically making that achievable. So where are we at on that piece?
Ouais. Le ministre Hogan a annoncé qu'on allait réviser, tel que la loi le prescrit, le market fee threshold. Fait que ça va permettre de répondre une partie à ça. Puis en plus de ça, on est en train de regarder, à voir s'il y a d'autres solutions qu'on ferait. Fait qu'on est très conscient que financièrement, c'est très difficile pour une garderie d'ouvrir des espaces pour les 0-2 ans. C'est pas rentable à ce moment ici. Fait qu'il faut les aider sous une forme ou une autre pour être en mesure que ce soit.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le député. Mr. Arsenault.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Une petite question rapide, juste une mise à jour sur le programme des petits déjeuners dans les écoles.
Les annonces qui ont été, qui représentent les ententes avec le Food Depot ont créé beaucoup de questionnements, puis on sent beaucoup d'irrégularité dans ce qu'on peut observer dans la province. Juste pour revenir en arrière, on a, post-pandémie, tous les problèmes d'insécurité alimentaire sont ressortis. Puis, l'idée, c'était, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour essayer d'aider à la cause, sachant qu'on n'a pas tous les outils puis que c'est pas aussi simple qu'on pense de faire ceci. Ça fait que l'idée, c'était d'utiliser au maximum les ressources qui étaient disponibles. Puis Food Depot faisait déjà des choses avec le district sud. Fait que tout le monde avait un peu leur affaire, puis les francophones aussi avaient, puis il y a une différence entre les deux secteurs aussi. Puis Food Depot était déjà impliqué avec le district, le district Est anglophone. Puis, ils nous ont offert de pouvoir participer à ça. Fait qu'aujourd'hui, quand on regarde tout ça, là, puis si on oublie l'idée que c'est juste un déjeuner, mais que c'est de la nourriture à fournir, puis le Conseil supérieur de la santé nous indique que 3 des jeunes, on parle de 3 de la population, de nos jeunes qui ne mangent pas parce qu'ils n'ont rien à manger à la maison. Quand on regarde le portrait provincial actuellement, tenant compte de ce que Food Depot fait, mais tenant compte aussi de ce que plein d'autres organismes font. Je pense à Pépire Déjeuner, puis tout ce monde-là, puis Juanita Megra dans la péninsule acadienne, puis il y a plein de choses qui se passent. Nous, on est rendu du côté francophone, on a à peu près, on me rapportait 7, moi, même pas sûr si c'est 7, là, 7 ou 6 écoles qui n'ont rien. Du côté anglophone, on a regardé encore des données cette semaine. On est alentour d'une trentaine d'écoles, mais on est en train de réviser pour voir si c'est vraiment autant que ça. Fait que dans le court terme, ce qui est important pour nous, c'est d'essayer d'intervenir puis de comprendre ce qu'il y a les obstacles pour ces écoles-là, puis d'essayer de faire en sorte qu'on les soutienne à court terme. Dans le long terme, là, à ce moment-là, parce que le programme du Food Depot est plus complexe. Lui, il offre un service qui est plus universel, qui touche même les enfants qui n'ont pas besoin, que les parents ont les moyens, il touche même ces jeunes-là. Fait que c'est sûr que déjà là, on a encore de l'inéquité. Ça fait que on est encore en conversation continue avec Stéphane Sirois du Food Depot pour trouver des façons. Le problème, c'est aussi l'acquisition. Même si on avait de l'argent aujourd'hui puis qu'on le donnait à Stéphane, il ne pourrait pas acheter un camion réfrigéré demain. Ça, il prendrait jusqu'à l'automne prochain pour l'avoir, ce camion-là. Fait que c'est le genre de défi qu'on est en train d'essayer de surmonter puis d'essayer de voir. Donc, ce n'est pas une question de ressources autant que de complexité. Mais ce que je veux juste démontrer aujourd'hui, c'est que l'important pour nous, c'est d'essayer d'aider partout, tout de suite. Puis dans le court terme, c'est ce qui est notre réflexe.
Excellent. Merci beaucoup pour la réponse quand même assez complète. Si on ne serait pas en fin de journée, il y aurait peut-être des suivis. Mais là, on arrive vers la fin. Et puis, je voulais juste, au niveau du recrutement et de la rétention, juste faire le commentaire. Je sais que ça n'a rien à faire avec vous, mais les enseignants sont en négociation tout de suite. Fait que j'espère que ça ira de bon train pour faciliter votre tâche de recrutement et de rétention au niveau non seulement des salaires, mais des conditions de travail. On a des enseignants et des enseignantes et un personnel scolaire sur toute la ligne extrêmement dévoué au Nouveau-Brunswick. À chaque fois que je rentre dans une école, c'est un énorme plaisir. Tu parlais du cours d'enjeux tantôt. J'ai eu la chance et l'honneur d'aller parler dans les classes d'enjeux déjà cette année avec les jeunes. J'ai été capable de voir les projets qu'ils ont mis sur place. Fait que C'est vraiment excellent. Fait que moi, je vais terminer mon questionnement ici pour laisser de la place à certains collègues qui n'ont pas eu la chance de poser des questions aujourd'hui. Puis je vais vous remercier beaucoup pour les réponses, à toute l'équipe impressionnante ici avec vous autres, puis certainement beaucoup plus dans des bureaux un peu partout. Donc, je veux juste vous dire merci et fait que je vais céder la parole à mes collègues.
Merci beaucoup, M. Arsenault. Monsieur Leblanc.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci au député Arsenault de nous donner la chance de poser quelques questions. Merci. Merci, Monsieur les sous-ministres, puis toute votre équipe. Je vais poser ma question vite parce que le temps est court. En regardant les rapports des renseignements financiers, je pense qu'il n'y a pas eu de question là-dessus aujourd'hui, donc dans mon domaine auparavant, j'étais pas mal là-dedans, mais je garde à la page 30, on parle, 40, excuse, des renseignements financiers dans la section de services généraux et autres services d'éducation. Spécialement, la section qui me touche, autres services. Dans le budget, vous avez budgété 27,8 millions, puis une dépense réelle dans l'exercice en cours pour 32 millions. Il y a 4 millions de dépensés en surplus du budget. Pouvez-vous nous donner des renseignements additionnels de la raison pourquoi il y a eu une dépense beaucoup plus que budgétée de 4 millions?
Je n'ai pas une explication très, très claire. Ultimement, le budget est établi en fonction du budget historique. Donc, ce n'est pas planifié nécessairement. C'est plutôt d'une année à l'autre, on met à peu près toujours le même montant. Puis dans ce cas-là, étant donné que c'est une gestion globale des fonds, bien, on choisit de déplacer des fonds d'un poste à l'autre budgétaire. Dans ce cas ici, par exemple, on parlait tantôt des contrats de EY, ça tomberait dans ce autre service-là. Ça tomberait, comme les contrats de EY qu'on parlait tantôt, ça tomberait là-dedans. Donc, ça fluctue en fonction des besoins de l'année. Mais ça veut dire que si on dépense plus ça veut dire qu'on a moins dépensé ailleurs.
Merci. Je vais, Monsieur le Président, donner la chance à mon collègue de poser d'autres questions. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, M. Leblanc. M. Bourque, à vous.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Écoutez, je vais faire ça vite. Je sais que le temps... D'abord, merci à vous tous d'être ici. J'aimerais te poser une question par rapport aux garderies. Il y a une situation qui m'a été... à laquelle on m'a informé il n'y a pas longtemps, d'employés dans les garderies, que lorsqu'il y a des tempêtes, OK, et ils ne vont pas au travail, les employés ne sont pas payés. OK? Là, par contre, lorsque les parents payent les cotisations, s'ils vont payer pour la semaine, et s'il y a une tempête, ben, les parents payent quand même le montant. Donc, vous pouvez comprendre que les employés se disent, ben, écoutez, les gens payent, puis nous autres, on ne se fait pas payer pour les journées qu'on n'est pas là, mais les parents payent pareil. Là. There's a discrepancy, là, tu sais, là. Donc, y a-t-il une façon de voir... Qu'est-ce qui explique ça, numéro un, puis y a-t-il une façon de remédier à ça? Merci. C'est tout. I'm done. Notre système est organisé en fonction, c'est-à-dire que nous, on paye ce qu'on appelle le top-up, c'est-à-dire qu'on ajoute au salaire. Puis ça, c'est basé sur le nombre d'heures travaillées. Fait qu'automatiquement, même de notre côté, chez nous, s'il y a des heures qui ne sont pas travaillées, on ne va pas les couvrir nous autres non plus. L'autre côté de la médaille, c'est qu'est-ce que l'opérateur fait. Ça fait que l'opérateur peut choisir de les payer ou pas de les payer. On s'entend que le secteur des garderies de 0 à 5 ans, ce n'est pas nécessairement la zone où est-ce qu'ils font beaucoup d'argent. Puis là, on est dans le secteur privé. Ça fait qu'il y en a qui vont le faire, puis il y en a qui ne vont pas le faire.
Landry, 3 minutes et 46.
Thank you. There was discussion by the government about replacing the district education council in the Anglophone sector. What is the status of that plan, and how will you ensure that communities continue to have a voice in the education of their children? And I'm asking the question in English because it's mainly focused on the Anglophone sector at this time, but if you want to give us what's happening on the Francophone side, Monsieur Lavoie, you're welcome to do so.
So plans are still being considered for that, and there's been no final decision on it yet. There's still discussions, and something will be forthcoming, but I wouldn't be at liberty to speak about that at this point. Okay? I can tell you that it's important to our government to have local voice and representation and input into the education system, and that won't change.
We had a date of January 2023 or something around that date. Is it going to happen in the next few weeks or not?
Yeah, I don't think I'm at liberty to speak to that, but I can check
okay.
with our policy person, see if there's anything I can share.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
really not related in any way to the previous,
Okay,
so, but I don't like to not share what I can.
okay.
So that would require a legislative change, and we wouldn't be in a position to announce anything, prior to that process
Okay.
unfolding.
Okay.
That's the right answer.
Perfect, thank you. Oui.
Pour le secteur francophone, c'est relativement simple. dès le départ du processus de questionnement ou de revoir la gouvernance. La Charte des droits est très claire que les représentants des parents francophones ont un droit de gestion et de contrôle sur leurs institutions scolaires, ce qui fait que les conseils d'éducation resteraient.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Tant de questions, si peu de temps, so many questions, so little time. So this brings our session pretty much to a close for today. I would like to remind you, Deputy, there was somebody in the back you said was keeping track of all what needs, the undertakings that you've had. So that would be great. Send them in to the clerk. As unfortunately we are out of time, but all of the reports, for example, the Ernst & Young, you said you would look into, so either we receive a report or an answer as to why we're not receiving it, et cetera, et cetera. There was somebody keeping a list, so hopefully that will happen. I'd also like to take a minute to thank both deputies and your staff on site, as well as your staff who's listening from remote offices, for your work today and for your appearance today. As a committee, we will obviously have a discussion as to whether or not we need to see this entity again, but for now, we thank you for all of the answers that you provided today. So at this time, I would pass it over to both deputies for your closing comments.
Well, thank you very much for your questions and for listening and asking some very good follow-up questions. With regards to the question about the new proposed French immersion model, I want to reiterate that everything we've heard today and everything we're hearing is important. We're listening, and we will take all of that into consideration. I also would like to thank our team, and I would like to thank you for your patience in me hopping up. In the 8 previous years that I've done this, I've never vacated the chair once, but maybe I should have, because they did a great job in answering your questions. So thank you all very much.
Je vais juste réitérer les commentaires de John par rapport à remercier l'équipe. C'est toujours un travail important, juste par la grosseur de nos cartables avec lesquels on se présente pour être en mesure de répondre à vos questions. Ça fait, il y en a qui sont ici, mais il y en a tout un autre groupe qui sont branchés en ligne, là, qui sont là aussi présents aujourd'hui. Je tiens à les remercier. Je vous remercie pour le temps. La dernière fois que je m'ai présenté ici, je ne pensais pas que je me représenterais devant vous. Fait que je ne ferai pas de promesses pour les prochaines... C'est ça.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Levoy. With that, this committee stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, January 24th, when we will have the Department of Health before us.